Well, Mr. Lynette, you certainly didn't disappoint. How are things progressing, Val?
Almost there on the arms, however. Stumped on the last bit, it seems.
Indeed. But I dare say that we'll have much more work to do before long. These notes are remarkable. It appears that the castle's former benefactor was something of a transhumanist. Contained within these notes are thousands, tens of thousands of iterations of some of the most advanced alchemy that I've ever seen. Not only that, but the Aether-Tech seems to play no small part in it as well. It appears that the capsules and much of what we have found beneath the school are, all dedicated to that purpose. Capturing and creating new life. Surpassing your limits and expectations. Yes, I dare say it is. Particularly, some of the footnotes. I don't suppose we should have one of the Madari run down and fetch some of them some breakfast.
I can go in a second.
Yes, they were up all last night here. No worries. Well, good to see you bright and early at it anyway. I dare say, if you continue sleeping like that too long, you're going to develop something of a terrible back. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor. Ow.
Am I? Look, thank you kindly for your help in last night's studies. These findings are simply extraordinary. I've had Val go to fetch you some breakfast out from the main hall. I take it that you're both hungry. I do hope that the
Yes, sir.
night's sleep won't impede you from your day's activities.
Any preferences?
Meat.
Very well.
Yes.
About the findings,
I will need to discuss them through with, so...
But I really need to speak with a professor. It's kind of important, I think, maybe?
What is it?
I don't really get it.
You don't really get it.
I get there was some kind of... people that used to own this place were working on some kind of mutagen, but...
Yes, it appears that he's become somewhat fascinated with the abilities of the demons. Some strange compound that he was obsessed with, apparently used in order to aid their more extreme mutations. It'll definitely be worth broaching Mordred on the subject later on today. I know little of demonkind myself. But even so, these notes in regards to the healing and restorative process. To think that he was so convinced, so possessed by the idea of creating new, controlling new life, that he would be sitting on something so remarkable. Creation magic, bottled, synthesized. If only we knew what this missing ingredient beta was.
You're talking about the potion.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you end up finding out if it was called by anything else, or just...
No, I scoured the whole thing long after that you two had hit the, well, I suppose wall and logs for slumber. Very good of you both to maintain a sensible distance as well, I should add. I dare say that whatever this Agent Beta is will remain something of a secret. He doesn't reference it, calls it here and there, mentions how it's used, of course, but it could describe anything. Alchemy is indiscriminate in its ingredients. Possibly it's the... Go on.
Well, this is kind of just a stab in the dark, but what if he means the aether crystals? The ones down below?
It's possible, certainly. Perhaps some sort of refinement. Large sections of it are written in what I'm sure is some sort of code. I'll be taking it to Bombadil to see if he can shed further light on the matters. It could be that, well, the true answer to what he was doing and why lies behind who it was that he was so covetous about keeping his secrets from. To retreat out to a remote location such as this, to write even then in coded language. Clearly, our good predecessor, shall we say, had someone to keep secrets from, or feared being discovered. Perhaps if we can find out who his enemies were. Stop him.
The government would want to get their hands on this stuff.
Well, yes.
Stop him. Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible that the demons didn't take too kindly to, well, this surface dweller's study of their innermost secrets.
So let me see if I've got this straight. He was studying the demons in there, that concoction they use for metamorphosis?
I believe so, yes.
Ambrosia, you called it?
That's what I suspect it is, but honestly, the secrets of the demons are manifold. The, man, for whatever reason, seemed to be obsessed with transhumanism. He has notes upon notes describing his every effort to try and replicate life, to create the spark, a homunculus of sorts. There's even reference to the rat men and how he tried to treat them so as to increase and control their level of intelligence. This is revolutionary stuff. I wonder how many secrets are hidden in dark, isolated places within the world, of those whose ideas perhaps would fall them out of favor with authorities. Curious. We will have to think carefully on what to do with this information. Hopefully, we may find more secrets of it beneath the school. I spoke to Chancellor Malik, and I think we'll be heading down in a few days, to say the least, once we've properly been able to secure the grounds. Speaking of which, after you've had your breakfast, it might be a good idea to rendezvous with your teams and see if they have anything to report of the night. We had patrols up at all hours, after all. Very well, then. Thank you to you both. Emma, I don't suppose you had the occasion to speak to Miss Bellicosa last night at all before you came up to these chambers? Interesting. Well, hopefully she will find the occasion to do so today. It is our hope that we might be able to do something about those nightmares of yours. Did you experience anything of the sort whilst you were up here in the laboratory?
Well, I didn't sleep here. I was trying to meditate.
I see. My apologies. A coping mechanism of sorts.
There's something the old guy told me to do. To stuff and stuff with magic. I don't know.
Acteris. Yes, that sounds like his sage advice. You really should put some sort of level of effort into learning your professors' names. But either way, thank you very much for your attentive eye. I shall bid you good day. There is much plans to be done, and I wish to survey further of the school grounds myself. Do enjoy your breakfast. We shall reconvene later to discuss what more to do with this knowledge. I'll keep my promise to you both. If there's any further developments, I'll make sure you're both in the know. And of course you as well, Val. The notes are available for your perusal. There's a key in the bottom drawer, hidden under a old servo. If you want to take a peruse at any time, then you may, of course, help yourself, but do keep it quiet. A very pleasant day.
Of course.
Can I help you at all?
Good day. Forgive me, I didn't want to interrupt, but today when we woke up and went to wash our faces on the water over there, the pool, I'm not sure. Well, the problem is the color didn't seem natural, and we were wondering if...
I see. Could you show me?
Of course.
Thank
Please
you.
follow me.
Delicious.
Thank you.
Well, I dare say that handily rules out it coming through the soil. I take it you didn't wash yourself in here at all, given the discoloration.
Of course not. No, of course not, sir.
No.
Touch it.
And you're well advised to do so. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will have Professor Bombadil collect a sample and make sure that it matches with our expectations. Apologies for the interrupted morning bath. I dare say I better...
I'm sorry for interrupting today.
I dare say I best confer with my colleagues at once. Thank you. Shit. We're sat on top of a gold mine of knowledge. Now the rift decides it wants to rear its ugly head. I should have been more attentive in my perusal of the grounds. I had expected that they would have surveyed the ground in my absence. Rats to it. Students, I am less than certain.
I wouldn't sleep on those rocks. They might be poison too.
Make sure that you check the barrels too. I've just been alerted to the fact that the upper floor water in the bath has also been afflicted with this strange discoloration. Clearly it's traveling some way through the grounds.
You can drink anything except the water.
We don't know that. It might be best checking the beer barrels as well. See if they've distilled at all. Yes, Ram, what can I do for you?
Tea fun?
I do not know.
Professor Bombadil seems to be looking for you, sir.
And I'm looking for him. Thank you kindly. Do you know where I can find him?
He's on the other side of the little garden over here, sir.
Marvelous. I will go forthwith. Thank you, Ram.
William?
Mariana, do you need help?
I take it back, Amira. It can get worse.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm told that Mr. Bombadil is over in this direction. Is that correct?
Yes, he should be right around the corner there.
Thank you.
Alright, vamonos, as the,
Professor Bombadil, I'm told you're searching for me.
Alright.
I have
Go
much to speak with you about.
Well, perfect. We have much to speak with you as well. Could you please come with us to my classroom for a bit?
Of course.
We have created much progress in the fields of alchemy and medicine.
Yes, and I dare say I have more to share besides.
Perfect.
Let's see.
Alright, who wants to share with the class first, you or me?
Well, it is you who've requested my attention first and foremost, so perhaps I best hear you out first.
Alright. Well, remember that talk we had, a couple of days ago, you know, with me looking for some ingredients and stuff?
Yes.
Well, certain things happened a couple of days ago, and don't ask me how it happened, but if you look over there, there's a cage and there's a spirit there. Don't worry, they're fine.
Impressive.
They seem content with helping me. Don't ask me how or what the circumstances happened. I'm just as confused as you are. But regardless of the fact, me and Professor Mordred here have been spending the entire couple of days, and with my sleep-deprived vision right now, I am happy to announce that we have created a breakthrough in medicine and the future as we know it.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. What is this breakthrough exactly?
Well, usually, when somebody gets hurt or injured, we primarily use the arts of healing magic to suture the wound and help it out. Potions are usually just there to prime and make sure to speed up the costs of healing, to make sure healing magic doesn't use too much, right?
Indeed.
But what if I told you that I have found a way to bypass the healing part entirely? The magic, I mean, not the healing part. What if I told you I have finally found the solution to a potion of true regeneration, as they said?
I would say that's a remarkable coincidence.
Coincidence?
Professor Bombadil, were you within the grounds the other day, just outside this very room, when one Emma, accompanied by Nil, was seen hauling a crate up from the basement? A chest of sorts.
Why, yes, we were both there.
Indeed we were.
Don't you remember?
My apologies, I was rather taken back, fixated as I was within the chest. My memory may not be the best. Even so, that chest contained a number of notes, in fact, an incredible library of data recorded by one late Lynette, the master of the household in years prior to our occupation. I myself, along with two other members of the, primarily Luca and Emma, as well as Val in the early morning, have been studying those notes intensely. It appears that our predecessor was something of a transhumanist, fixated on creating and perfecting, improving life. He bent aether-tech and indeed alchemy to his designs in that process, and over the course of doing so makes mention within his notes of thousands of alchemical formulae, perfecting a regeneration potion that does just the same, purporting the effects of bottled regenerative magic, only dependent on some element beta, whatever that may be. It's mentioned only very vaguely, yet earlier on within the notes he did say that he was particularly interested in studying one particular compound, which is believed to aid in the metamorphosis of demon kind. I don't suppose you would know anything to that effect, Professor Mordred.
Demon kind? There's a substance, actually, for that seems to be only working well with demons currently. Is I guess, type of liquid. It's a material found underneath the earth, deep within the core. I'm surprised that other people are searching for it because of how volatile.
Well, he seemed to know what it was. Whether or not that is element beta remains to be described. I intended to share the notes with you so you'd be able to decipher them, but don't you think that's rather remarkable?
It is. Well, I believe if you can share me these notes, I can probably aid in my research. I do remember hearing about this
Yes.
beta. We were talking about this a couple of months ago, weren't we? But it always ended up in a loose end that we decided to.
I'm
come to
sorry,
it
you've
another time. Are you telling me that
you've
you
heard
found...
tale of this
Where?
before.
Yes, but
And I believe, the diary or just a records?
pretty much. But
The diary.
The
You don't
problem
mean the
was not
diary
going
of the
to-
young Lynette. Abigail, I believe her name was.
I don't.
The one which was seemingly preoccupied with a prior student.
well, I do remember on our last expedition to the basement, I had a different diary, probably from the same Lynette family, but a different person. It labeled the same notes, but a bit more cryptic, and that's where we ended it up. And if you're saying is true, I used whatever I had from the previous Lynette's research, and we're probably working with the same thing right now. What I have right here is another version of what you have been looking up to as well. If
I'm
research
sorry.
seems to conflate.
So you would postulate that not only have there been two separate findings of this formula, but they are one and the same formula as well.
I wouldn't say two different. It's more of two of the same written in different things. Regardless, the one I had was a bit more cryptic. It seems that yours is a bit more accurate, if I may so say myself.
Well,
Where did
I
you guys
can-
find that crate, if I may ask?
It was, according to Emma and Nils at least, in the basement along with the rest of their abandoned effects. Though I find the whole thing remarkably curious. Why on earth he goes to the length of writing portions of it in code? There is much I have still yet to decipher. Indeed, he even mentions this beta element in vague terms, at least. And yet he still vacated the castle, leaving all of these notes behind. Don't you think this is rather extraordinary?
Well, I do have one question. What do you guys know what happened of the Lynette, if I may ask, after they have vacated this castle?
No, that I don't. Are you going to enlighten me?
No, that's why I was asking. If we can possibly find whatever happened to them, we might be able to, well, clue in together a little bit more of this puzzle we have at the moment. Don't you agree?
Yes, I myself came to the conclusion that we might indeed learn much about their nature if we were to understand who the brilliant but clearly possessed, maddened scientist who his adversaries were.
Do you
Well,
think the Lynettes are remaking these experiments again on a different location?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't traced their bloodline or anything of the sort. I just
I've
find
never even
it.
heard about the Lynettes until now. I mean, until I came to Rosewood.
It is very possible, given that he was working on covert and quite cruel experimentation, that the Lynette name in of itself is a pseudonym of sorts. They could go by any other name in actuality.
That does make sense.
I cannot
Regardless.
get over the timing of this bombardil.
Well, We haven't actually.
Oh, you mean the
tested
potion?
this, right?
Yeah, speaking of which, that's why we did call you here. Now that we have finished this potion, we needed a way to test it, you see.
You want me
Over
to
here.
test this potion?
Not you. Well, technically, I want you, well, to participate. As I will be using that potion, and I need somebody to mortally harm me. If that makes sense.
Why does it have to be you? Why can't we use,
I
don't know, a goat or a cow or something similar?
Well, first of all, I don't think anyone's going to...
Because it's the one with the broken lock and the knife.
No, sorry, something came into my ear. But I think it will be more convincing if we can fully prove that it can actually work on a human being or on an individual. And I ain't going to stray from my own creation. I
Then
know
why
for a
not
fact that thing will
Cecilia?
work 100%.
Why Cecilia?
Okay, why Cecilia?
You know exactly why, Cecilia. You spoke to me
that
about it.
potion is not... Exactly, but that potion there is not, you know, for the one thing that I told about. That is part of the progress. We're still not to a point where we can, well, you know, fix that problem. But this is, like I said, progress. And I wanted to prove first and foremost that we can work with that. Somebody's at the door. Can you get that for me?
We've been at the door for a while, sir.
There is a certain, how shall we say, urgency to our current situation. Is it really a wise idea to try this before we've properly secured the grounds?
Well, it's either now or never. I believe if we can get this, if I can get this proven now, we can get, you know, get things moving as fast as possible.
Well,
And I
very
believe
well.
The only person mad enough to actually test this potion is me. So
How mortally wounded are we
Let's do it.
talking? Can't we start with light cuts, or shall I make it a surprise?
as long as it isn't true mortal, like taking off my
Mortal
head, we
means
can't
kill. You're aware
that.
of that, right?
Okay, severely.
Severely.
That would work.
Understood.
Before you do that, I need Mordred to stand beside me to administer the potion after you shoot me.
I see. Very good.
But if he's having a serious conversation with Sir Nether, we won't interrupt.
It appears
You
that
think
there
we
are
should get an
students
audience for
who
this?
eagerly need you. They need to speak to you clearly, and I'm still not entirely down with the wisdom of this entire affair. Perhaps we should let them in and allow us to consider this moment for a given time. Another dagger.
Another one.
knife thing. We don't have time for a knife.
Well, are you quite ready to administer a potion if we're to do this quickly?
Alright, which one? Oh, the experimental one or
The
the actual one?
experimental that you mean, the actual one.
Like the health potions, you know, the one that increases blood flow and...
Well, if it goes badly, then it might be a very good idea to have one of those on hand as well, just in case the whole thing backfires.
Alright, I'll grab...
Alright, so here's the primer.
Yes?
Hurt me.
Okay.
And the moment I go down, Mordred, you put the potion in my mouth, alright? That should work.
Alright. I am ready.
Very good then. Well, I don't want
Ready
any.
as I'll ever be.
I don't want any students looking in at all. I don't suppose you could get the curtains.
Alright, let me these guys just write down. As per...
That should do you.
Alright, Bombadil.
Alright, that's
Here we go. Now what am I? Make sure this wall...
I'm always glad to help in the pursuit of science.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Are you feeling well, Bombadil? You're still
How are we feeling, Bombadil? Should I start freezing over the wounds, or okay?
Okay, was that like he's going up? Oh, he is.
Well,
Oh, that's searing pain. Okay, wait.
could you back on your feet again, please?
Very painful.
I believe so, yes. I didn't want to leave anything in there.
Okay. Oh, good day,
Is it
Bombadil.
still there? Is it still there? Is the wound still there? You see that there's nothing, as if there's nothing there, as if there's nothing there. There was
sorry,
no shot
but-
to begin with.
Did you miss?
Oh, my head's screaming. Why are you covered in blood?
Well, there's...
Silence, I
wait,
believe.
pain. Science, first of all. I'm gonna need a new coat. Oh, gosh.
The good professor has done something quite remarkable, it would seem. He has produced a
Yes, I believe
potion.
it's best if you explain it to me. Oh,
Yes, he has produced a potion which appears to have, at least, though the pain still very much is in effect, recovered himself from a short-ranged gunshot with remarkable, speed.
No scarring tissue at all.
Yes, though I can't be so we're totally in the clear just now, given the coughing and spluttering. Are you sure you're okay? I did suppose you could do the honors and check him out.
Yes, of course.
alright, final test.
Like it needs this.
How do I look, Doc? I mean, don't mind the blood on the floor, but... Ooh, that tickles.
At least the sensory organs are there then.
It's perfectly healthy
Yeah,
for a 80, 90-year-old man.
92 to be precise, and speaking of which, I feel my limbs coming back to me.
So
Yes,
you
there
say
we
this
go.
is regenerative and it's supposed to be within effect for some time, or is it just immediately after it's been applied? Are you still inured to injury?
Well,
we need
the
another
theory
shot?
about it.
I mean, we can.
Well, okay, we don't want to test it. We don't want to. No, we don't want to do that now.
We have a second one ready.
I mean, we have another.
Bombadil.
I mean, it's just to make sure that we've got the veracity of the whole thing down. I mean, it's.
We need to make sure how long it takes.
Well, hear me out first. The resources for this potion is extremely scarce.
It's true. So
I
we
mean,
have
you
very
should
limited
know what I'm
test
talking
subjects.
about.
So now that you've drank it, we need to make sure that we're making the best of this experiment.
I think I've proven that we've gotten ourselves
You-
a good potion, and we
We're talking about very long-term sustained effects, if memory serves. Are they long-term and sustained, or not? And do we need to discover it?
Do we have to get shot again?
Mr. Nello, open fire.
Understood.
Oh God, not it. Wait, Mordred, wow! Mordred, the potion! Get the potion!
Mordred! Mordred!
I'm not seeing any kind of...
Quite the lab assistant.
I'm sorry. I was.
Well, another clean shot right through, at least.
Oh, look at that. It's closing
That's
rapidly.
all my blood!
Not as quickly as the
Shot out
first
all my
time.
blood!
It's not all of your blood, Bombadil. We have health potions on
Fine,
hand.
but is that proof enough that my potion works?
Yes, I dare say so, though we could do it for round 3. That is...
We're out, there's no more.
Professor
We only had
Bombadil,
enough
what
for
you have
2.
done here is nothing less than genius. You have survived 2 mortal shots with very little to show for yourself. This is remarkable. We need to sustain more of these
I think that is a
ingredients.
compliment.
How
Well,
did you do this?
that's the thing. The ingredient is over there, the missing link. The spirit, well, the essence of the spirit.
Spirit essence.
Bombadil.
And
Skya has requested this potion to be filled up. Supposedly you know what it's for.
Give him 5 seconds. You're standing at the door, denying your abilities, keeping the man alive, but you'll hurry over and tell him to hurry his job along? Good Lord, Mordred.
I wasn't aware you gotta shoot him right away.
Then you clearly don't know me very well.
It's fine. Please don't shoot me again. Anyways,
But
that's the
if you are
problem.
able to get more of this essence, then you will be able to make more of these. Correct?
Exactly. The problem is, that's not something we can easily get. You know, our spirits are supposed to be finicky, and, I have no idea what's up with the spirits right now.
Yes.
We're hearing about all the news and such.
And what of yield?
This one just...
Was this a small spirit that you were using, or do you think you can refine the extraction process somehow?
Well, that's the thing. If we can get a stronger... Sorry. It's still a little bit lingering. If we can get a more concentrated essence of this spirit essence, I may be able to make a more potent, consistent potion. And, if best case scenario, we can finally see about the cure or progress to the devouring.
And what about the power of the spirit? Does it have an effect on the regenerative capabilities? What you've done here with a small spirit is nothing short of remarkable. Can we expect greater results with higher concentrations?
Well, that's only more resorts can tell. I have only had one helpful subject with me, and it's proven enough. So if we can get even better, then the results, I believe, will double, triple, even quadruple. It'll depend. But I believe more successful results will come if we can, acquire more of these, as I say.
Then we need to find a way to get more of this spiritual essence.
That we do. In post-haste. I need not go into details as to what this could mean for our result.
Yes. Well, I believe we still have a lot of things happening today. It's still early. You guys need to do other stuff.
Certainly, and I'm sure that you need to get back to your studies. I'm just lost in thought as to what we could do with this. Even if it doesn't have the intention that we require, there must be some noble or person in power who has a daughter or someone they care for, perhaps they themselves suffering for some maladies. The political power of this cannot go unnoticed, but so is it also likely to attract unwanted attention as well.
Something also to wonder is how potent is it when it comes to things that are beyond normal divine healing?
The
Missing
abyssal.
limbs, missing eyes.
Yes, of course. Well, I dare say Val might be spoken to.
Indeed.
Well, that can be. But for now, let's focus on what we have right
What
now.
of Kiki?
Right now,
Perhaps
we
that
have
we
created
may
a
be able
powerful-
to overturn her stunted growth.
Well, that's one way to do it. Regardless, now that I've done the hard part, I entrust you guys in your cooperation in helping me find more of these ingredients, if I may humbly ask of you guys.
Certainly.
Of course. But for now, I do need to call the team captain's meeting. We are a little late on it.
Absolutely.
It's remarkable.
Incredible.
I'm sure you guys have important
We shall
things
now
to for
do
today.
the non-hard part of securing a supply of spirit essence. This'll be an interesting one.
So now what seems to be done.
I might give
Shall we go bother Mr. Bombadil?
Mr. Bombadil a moment. Just wait until he comes to you, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, the gun works by compressed air behind an ice chamber. Let's change up the tracks a bit. I'm so sorry I didn't get the new audio tracks in today. I've just been so busy. But you can probably see some of the occlusion issues and the bugs we've been fighting. And they are bugs. Let's see, what do we have here? Maybe this one? Actually, I might respawn as well, because I need to turn off the music in the map. I forgot to do that. Why does this only work one way? I'm so curious. That wasn't the button I wanted at all. Yeah, that's all fine. Let's turn on the music and see if it actually did work. It did. Okay, cool.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Everything okay, sir?
My lieutenant is currently in a inside mission with Skyette. That's why she's not here. Just letting you know.
Understood.
Always did wonder why the curious affectation for a round shield. Do people not like their legs?
Alright, team captains. As you all know, there is something plaguing our island. We are as of yet unknowing what this could be, although we do have some theories. However, until such theories get more evidence one way or the other, we ask you not to panic. However, in case things do go wrong and the worst should happen,
I wonder.
the ship is ready to leave.
We should have a conversation with Lumen later on.
Now, the important thing happening today, however, despite our little problem with the grass and trees, is sorting. Now, in 10 minutes, I need all teams to be outside of their dorms waiting. I will be gathering the unsorted as well by near the mana tree in the center. And then we will continue sorting.
There is something wrong with you.
Now, team captains especially, after sorting, there will be an event bell specifically for you. Mr. Neller and Professor Octavian wish to speak to team captains on future lessons. Is there any questions?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Yes.
Where would you like captains when that time comes?
Mr. Neller?
I believe we should go to somewhere where we can be sure that we won't be interrupted. I would suggest the Teacher's Lounge for this particular occasion, just as a one-off.
Teacher's Lounge, then. If there is no further questions, you are dismissed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There are plenty of windows out of the lounge. It'll be easy to see if anyone's looking in.
Of course.
This might be a difficult conversation. Professor Cadwell, we have some quite remarkable news on behalf of our Viking colleague here.
I'm still in pain, so if you can please explain, that'll be good.
Understood. Professor Bombadil has survived not one, but 2 shots of compressed ice straight through his chest. He has done so using a potion synthesized from research he has been committing with the aid of our former owner of this castle, Mr. Lynette, and spirit essence from the corpse of a spirit he had found nearby. The regenerative capabilities are frankly remarkable. We are currently discussing what this means for our future engagements, as it has become imperative that we therefore are able to supply to attain a supply of spirit essence, whether that be from their corpses or otherwise. This affects you directly, as I'm sure you're aware.
Before we get into any conclusions here, it wasn't a corpse, it was a spirit that volunteered. Don't ask me how or why, it just volunteered.
Volunteer.
We'll see how things go. If we're lucky, we'll have more volunteers, otherwise we'll have to find
Even
more
more
kind of
mysterious.
solutions.
I should also mention the content of the notes. Some of you who were around the school grounds yesterday may have noticed that Emma and Emma and Nils were recovering a chest from the basement. Myself and several of the students have been poring over those through the night. They contained details of his research into transhumanism, experiments on rat men, the use of etheric matrices and alchemical reagents to try and instill and create life. It appears that we have some reading and learning to do from the castle's former proprietor. If any of you should stumble across any knowledge of what happened to the Lynnettes, if that was their real name, who their enemies may be otherwise, perhaps something that might lead us to understand more of their cipher, or what component beta is, whatever that is, it may prove extremely useful, as I'm sure you will agree.
Of course.
Very good, then.
I will hunt down the Untitled to make sure they know where they need to be.
Are you quite all right, Chancellor?
No.
Actually, yes.
The last week or so, I've been feeling like shit.
You don't suppose it's related to the occurrences?
Perhaps.
It's spread, you know. Even the bathhouse is tainted. The water runs red. There's no saying that it hasn't permeated through the barrels that we thought were safe for drinking as well.
Well, that is the only thing I can think of that could be affecting me. Perhaps I resonate with whatever this is that is happening.
Well,
I think the fact that Miss Cecilia has not keeled over on us, I don't think it is rift related, whatever this is.
certainly.
She's an excellent canary in the coal mines.
Indeed she is. Speaking of which, I don't believe I've seen her today. I'll have to check if she's paralytic under a tree somewhere. I was going to survey the grounds forthwith ahead of the ceremony.
Yeah, she did face us a knife at
Before
my
I
door.
entered, she was standing just down from the door.
I see. No smell of gas yet, then. Well, All well and good then. There is much to be seen to. I wish to survey the grounds ahead of the sorting ceremony. I shall see you around. Have a very pleasant day, all.
Before you go too far, I heard from the Chancellor. He said you had seen in a previous report that there's a deity of the island.
Actually, yes. I spoke with one of the yeah. Island there. He said that the goddess of the island is named Kier.
Interesting.
So that brief conversation of ours yesterday may just be true.
Do you find it curious that this goddess of the forest abided an occult necromancer to live on the edge of those which worship her for, some, what was it, 10 years?
Maybe it's too dangerous.
There are many coincidences and things to think about today. Apologies, I was quite lost in thought. Either way, I should be, surveying the grounds. I wish I understood what was going on with this map. It makes no sense. It's none of the obvious suggestions. None of them. But it's none of the any suggestions. Thin air where no possible mesh could touch is occluding, and I haven't got a fucking clue why. It's all at the bounds of the volumes, but for some reason it's only in that specific area of the map. It's so peculiar. I'm sure if there was anything in this direction, then people would have found it out a while ago. I should survey the wider grounds. Thank you for following, Brainless Flock. And hello, Bianco. I wish I knew. Where the spirit tree was. I assume it's the big one. It's close to the sea and the water still runs red. Brilliant. I do wonder what the good Marquis is up to. More red growths around the stumps. Wonderful. Doesn't appear to be affecting the dead roots, though, so the water theory still holds true. The trees as well certainly seem somewhat demure. Discoloration of algae and rot upon the rocks. Or hallmarks of abyssal magic. I wonder. Anything in the sand at all? No, just that sail. Reddening. Here as well. Well, if there was any doubt, we are well and truly on top of it. I'm sure we can discount that now. And that, I dare say, will be the sorting ceremony. Oh, that doesn't look good. Strange branches, all crisp to the touch. As well. Something different here. Beyond the obvious. What do they mean by the spirit tree? I hadn't paid attention to such things. What do they mean by spirit tree? I had assumed it was the large one over yonder.
That's a mana tree.
My apologies, mana tree.
Some people call it spirit tree.
I probably am remembering wrong. Much on my mind. Your colleague Bombadil has done something quite remarkable.
He's your colleague as well. What's he done?
Well, I dare say he's made progress.
In what?
Alchemical regeneration. He asked me to shoot him twice today.
What?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes, the bullet shot straight through him, and yet within matters of moments he was up on his feet, fully revived. Coughing and spluttering, of course. But its powers, this thing he's distilled, is remarkable.
You shot Bombadil through his chest.
At his request.
And you're sure he wasn't wearing some sort of metal plate?
Quite certain I saw the wound myself, or rather the absence of one. It sealed up right before my eyes.
Could it have been an illusion, a trick?
Well,
I'm not quite sure, Bombadil.
I don't believe that Bombadil is particularly magically inclined, and I have reason to believe that there is veracity in his claims. There is, studies that were performed by the previous occupants of this castle. Does something feel wrong to you?
Yes.
What is it?
The thickness. Like death, but more draining.
Then it's permeating even the air, perhaps in the moisture of the morning dew.
Yes. I first described it as a fog, but it's something different. It feels more alive and dead at the same time. If rot could have a conscience.
Yes.
You can see here.
Ground, the death I'd noticed, of course. But the air is something different.
Trying to feed on the monitory.
Yes, and these strange growths.
Whatever, I don't know.
Twisted in shape. So perhaps I misheard where this sorting ceremony was going to be taking place. I had thought it was over here.
Mordred requested staff in the dungeon, so I'm going to check that out before they get themselves into trouble.
They're going to die, you know.
What did you just say?
The students. They're going to die if this is a rift.
It's not. You don't know then.
True. But if something happens, and it's sudden, and we can't get them all onto that ship,
Then I will make sure they all get onto that ship. Death is not an option. Not yet.
I see. Perhaps the air is getting to me. I was given to believe there was a sorting of sorts that was going to be happening around here. Did I hear that wrong?
I suppose not. Are they really doing it back near the dorms like we usually do? It's
I had thought that it was near the monastery, but I could be wrong. Either way, there's something in the air here. It's best we leave it. Perhaps it is safer in the dorms after all.
We were commissioned to grab a couple of samples of things first, just for investigation's sake. We'll be quick about it and then be out of here.
Very good. If anything happens, find the others at once. It doesn't matter what you're doing, or what it is.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This feels hauntingly familiar. Best of luck.
Alright, everyone. We're going to make this quick.
Why not let them enjoy it while they can? Water maroon like blood. Trees resplendent in vermilion hues. No more. Only the sanguine colors of a fall too early.
Do you accept Team Aqua as your own and swear allegiance to Aqua, to the fighters of war? And Penny, do you also accept
Stella again.
and swear allegiance to it?
Back on Lumen. Christ, this is a farce.
Do you accept responsibility over these two as soldiers? Then welcome you two to Team Aqua. You may return to your door. Can I have the Lumen Captain once more?
Oh, I'm sure this will be good for morale.
Cecilia, step forward. Cecilia, do you accept Lumen as your own and swear allegiance to Lumen through the fires of war? Telcaras, do you accept this one as a soldier under the banner of Lumen?
Still, mispronouncing it as usual, it seems.
Welcome to Lumen, Miss Cecilia. You may return to your new dorm.
New, in inverted commas, I'm assuming. Oh, Cecilia.
Thank you all very much for coming to this sorting. These new faces, whether they are on your teams or not, are here to fight beside you. They believe in the future that we are striving for here. A light at the end of this dark tunnel we all find ourselves in. You are dismissed for the rest of the day.
I'm trying. Hey, Professor Neller. Sir.
Yes, how can I help you?
Actually, unfortunately, give me 1 fucking second. You talk to him first.
One of the new Aethertech gadgets your new team member's bringing you, surely.
Both of us were wondering if we could go on the mission.
Have you felt it, Oriana? Nothing.
Apologize, Professor. There was a snake in my boot. I was going to ask about the mission to the sewers. I was interested in going on that if that's available.
Certainly. Just so you know, we've seen how bad things are here on the surface. It is likely to be worse underground. If there is
that would make sense.
A burst of occultic energy down there, or otherwise, there may be some risk, if it is what we fear it is, of the devouring. Obviously, if such a thing is contracted, there may be no way back. If this doesn't dissuade you in any way, then, by all means, we will be happy to have you, I'm sure.
It sounds like it's something we need to do anyway, so if I don't do it, someone else will, so yeah, I'm still down for it.
Understood. Thank you very much for putting your names forward, both. I'm sure you'll both be a sterling addition to the roster. Lefron,
Yes, sir.
do you still plan to be coming as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, nothing's changed. Per se, my set thought.
I see.
Same here.
You're still wearing the captaincy for the time being, then. I ask you to be of utmost attentiveness in our upcoming meeting. There is much that must be learnt in all too short a time. I shall see you anon, or thank you once again for your bravery.
So I assume that's all of us?
Seems like that is everyone.
Volunteers.
About what you asked me.
Yes.
After the meeting, perhaps we can talk?
Come with me. We have time yet before the bell is sounded. It is said that those in tune with the magics of creation are most susceptible to feeling the leering of the abyss. Do you feel anything now?
Maybe a tiny hint, not all that much.
I see. Well, that's comforting to know at least. Oriana, do you think everyone on Ignis is trying their best?
I certainly do, sir. Trying their hardest, especially Zuko trying to get a hold of his magic. Fron trying his best to be teamed captain. Murtesh being Murtesh.
I'm glad to hear it. I really am.
I
No.
try to look.
My apologies. I don't think now's the time for such conversations. But perhaps
Yes, sir.
Oriana, would you consider Ignis your friends?
Yes, I would quite say so. I've never really much had friends, so I don't know the greatest term for it.
You are happy to fight beside them?
I am.
To die for them?
But yes, most likely. I would do that for them.
You are probably aware that things have become rather serious.
Quite serious.
If there was a way to make sure that Ignis never had to break up, a way to make them stronger, a way to make sure that you and them could live long lives together. Would you take it?
I would gladly take that chance. I would most gladly take that chance. Even if it were to lead to my downfall in the end.
We don't have enough fucking time. Good day, Oriana. I must get ready for the meeting ahead. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I do hope that you're able to find some enjoyment with Ignis.
Yes, sir.
Try calling them friends. See how it feels.
I'll try.
I don't know. They've just been putting stuff in there. I don't know what for. Over here, the red one. He has to go to the meeting. Good luck. Have fun.
Will do.
I hope you do not begrudge my choice of location. I just thought it might be best to be somewhere somewhat more serious for this particular conversation.
It's appropriate.
I do not mind. Shall we head inside?
Certainly. Let's open this up.
After you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Allow me to check a couple of things. Ah, that didn't get fixed in this update. Glad I checked. Shit. I'll have to reload the map after this. Not to worry.
It looks like there's a sitting area over there. It has the painted signs on it.
It would be best if you
Did
sit down.
Professor Neller intend for us to follow?
No, that I did not.
I believe so, yes.
No, I did not. Are you unable to hear me or something?
Very well.
I was simply checking on a few things to make sure they were out of sight, that's all.
Right, very well. I believe I can start.
Certainly.
Be all right with that.
Of course.
Very well. Captains, the professors and I are here to relay and inform you on what will be happening in the upcoming days. As you are all aware, you've been slowly adjusting to learning basic combat and spells. And while you've shown progress, it is nowhere near yet enough to defeat the rifts. And so for that reason, the professors and I are finally getting ready to teach you to combat the rifts, so that you may have what we would call a fighting chance at survival. Now, I expect all of you. This was no heavy that you prepare yourself. Mentally, physically. It will be gruesome, and it will be tough. My expectations of all captains and second in command is this. Being in a leadership position requires talent, and if there is no talent, then hard work and skill that fills in that gap. Physically, it will be gruesome, and it will be tough. My expectations of all captains, then hard work and skill that fills in that gap, because I will not. My experience with the Rift Beasts have been vast, and collectively, hard work and skill that fills in that gap, because I will not. And no matter how many I killed, the numbers only grew. How many of you standing here today have the resolve to do what's best for this world? I have vowed to take up arms to defeat the very thing that has caused me and so many others grief. Everyone I knew and had grown to love are dead. My family, my comrades, fellow inquisitors, and countless innocents I could not save died right in front of my very eyes. Children on the ground, torn apart, limb from limb. You couldn't even recognize the bodies. And those were the lucky ones. For the devouring has only done much worse to those with their souls intact. And if a member of your team had contracted the devouring, would you be able to take them out of your misery? No. When I tell you that survival is slim, I'm telling you that if you ever came across a rift, don't expect anyone to come out of it alive. If any of you at all. And so, our job is to prepare you for the horrors you will face one day. And you will. You will face it. Are you all finally starting to get serious for fucking once in your life, captains? Because you have all been getting very, very comfortable. I want to see you all stand up for yourselves, for once, and to start acting more as the leaders you are supposed to be. Are you all ready to learn how to defeat Rift Beasts? Well,
Yes,
are
sir.
you,
Yes, sir.
captains?
Yes, sir. Aye, sir.
Yes, sir. Good. In that case, we shall begin with learning about the 4 most common Rift Beasts you can come across. And in doing so, the professors and I have decided to make 4 specialist roles in order to combat each specific Rift Beast. In order to further accelerate training, you will then inform your squads about them. Today, your teams will decide where each individual would be suited best. Firstly, we have strikers, whose aim is to be the spearhead in close quarters combat. Second, we have defenders, who prioritize protecting everyone with shields and defensive magic. Thirdly, we have ranged, whose goal is to provide long-range attacks at faraway targets. Granted, that is just the beginning of the resolve and duties. And lastly, we have healers. Healers are those who prioritize the safety of their team, but also act as the jack of all trades in assisting every other specialist role when the opportunity arrives. Each specialist role I have mentioned here will then be separated into their separate groups and taught by professors how to fight specific Rift Beasts. However, I expect team captains and second in command to learn about every single Rift Beast. It is your duty as leaders to be the step ahead of everyone else. As for what each specialist role will learn will be further in the lessons themselves. However, I will be providing you a detailed paper later on the further studies. And in turn, I expect you all here and your second in commands to memorize it all. With everything I have mentioned to you all, I expect each team member to decide which specialist role they think would suit them best. Today, if they are unsure, you give them your opinion. Once everything has been decided, bring forth me the list and we'll begin training as soon as possible. And one last thing of note, I expect each role to divulge the information about each Rift Beast to everyone else in their teams. I don't expect it immediately, but the idea is to have everyone in the end understand how to fight all of the rift beasts we know of so far. And there are far too many that we do not know about, including myself. The more all of you learn, I expect the more likely you will survive in the upcoming years. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Yes.
For repetition, what were the names of the roles we must choose from again?
There are strikers who act as close-quarter combat specialists. We have got defenders who are primarily focused on defending their team with shields and defensive magic. We have ranged, that one is quite simple to understand, and healers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
If I may.
Good. Of course.
For a long time, my apologies, we have been focused very heavily on teaching generally, allowing each student to see what they find fits them best, give you a chance to try things, to excel and to exceed. That is not changing. However, we have a lot to learn in a rapidly diminishing amount of time. The purpose of this focus is so that each team has at least one person who can focus on one particular role and one particular Rift Beast varietal. In the heat of combat, we cannot remember complex orders, particularly if it is new and fresh in our heads. When our friends are dying, we need to focus on what we need to do. It can never be a question how one should act, for each moment of indecision can be the difference between a life saved or a life lost. This is the reason for the fourfold split. It is to make sure that each of you is able to focus and learn to excel in one particular field, whilst also passively gaining knowledge of the other areas. It may be a difficult thing to answer. I know certainly when many troops are coming through any particular organization, they pick up different weaponries. I remember very fondly making a mockery of many students on the first day who turned up with many different weapons and choice of arms, be they strange, foreign, peculiar, or in some cases no arm at all, choosing to face the opponent with merely a shield. A lot of our identity is held in how we conduct ourselves on the battlefield. It is important, after all. It is how we are deciding to die. At its most extreme. We do not intend to restrict you here. It is simply a matter of covering a lot of ground in the most efficient amount of time. I need to remind you all of something very, very clear. All of your professors have failed to stop the Rift Beasts. All of them. Please carry that focus moving forwards. Is there anything else anyone would like to add? Any further questions at all? Then there is one last thing I would like to add. There is a reason that we are having this discussion with you here as captains, as opposed to in a general address. As leaders, you have taken upon yourself the responsibility of maintaining the focus, the good efforts, the will, the drive, the dreams and ideals of those who serve beneath you. Together, you must manage their morale. Keep them narrow. Keep them straight. Keep them on a path where they are moving forwards, as opposed to spiraling into decline. This is not an easy task. Therefore, from this day hence, and on every second day, you are to come here to this very building. Each of you, just the captains, and you are to be sworn to absolute and total secrecy. None of you will mention why it is you come here. None of you will divulge why you are here. Nothing. Not even with your seconds. Your instructions within this period of a brief 15 minutes are very simple. Talk to each other as captains. Share your troubles, your successes, your woes, and be aware that this is a mission to be undertaken with the utmost sincerity. It is perhaps one of the most important things you will ever do. So, we can start today, if you would like. Or we could start in a few days' time. What would you like to do?
I feel like starting today wouldn't be a problem. What about other people?
I hope so now.
Very good. In that case, myself and the other professors will vacate the premises, and we will make sure that no one goes in or out. You are henceforth sworn to secrecy. Do try to enjoy this time. The officers' mess hall is a time-honored tradition. Shall we be off then, Octavian?
Of course.
Very good. I wish you very merry discussions.
Thank you, professors. Wouldn't be a problem. What about other people?
Thank you.
Oh. Yes, sir.
There's something we want to talk to you about specifically.
I think it's the same thing that I want to talk to you about, so let's not waste any time.
We're in good standing.
Sorry. Come on.
We're a good standing. I thought you were giving me a death there.
No, I'm just not.
Let us give them some space. We wouldn't want them to think we were interrupting with the purity of the exercise.
Agreed.
If all is well with the rest of you, I don't mind I don't mind taking watch and remaining here, and making sure nobody enters in. I'm sure you all have things you would far rather be doing. No? Very good then.
I don't mind keeping you company.
Very good.
I was going to say the same thing.
Certainly.
I'm eager to see how they respond to this task.
I am going to go lay down.
Very well.
Get some rest while you can.
Miss Baracosa, you're in charge.
Oh.
I believe I will wander around before rumors spread that all professors are meeting.
Chancellor Malik, is there anything we can do at all?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll keep an eye on him for a moment. I'll be back.
Very good.
Chancellor, if it's alright with you, I'll accompany you to your chambers.
Well then, Miss Baracosa, you're in charge.
I don't know why he said that.
I'm surprised you didn't leap at the opportunity.
Perhaps because we're both drows and...
Perhaps. What do you make of these strange growths that have happened despite the rest of the decay? These oddly coiled vines.
They're unnatural. I often associate thorned plants with curses. You can often use them to make some. Or they show around a cursed area. But it's impossible to curse so much land as such as this. And have it affect everything from the water supply to the roots of mana trees. It's not possible.
Myself and Acteris have something of a theory. The seers, or so I'm told, have been having nightmares. Shared nightmares. Of a woman with blue hair. Crying out in anguish.
Blue hair?
Yes. Acteris has theorized in the past that this Kerno that he speaks to is indeed a vassal of another individual. I was to believe that Cerdo was of godlike
Human
power.
familiar of sorts.
Perhaps, though I would say such things are outside of my area of expertise. But it does make me wonder if a being of such power as this Cerno's mistress, Kerno, were truly to exist, and the suffering acute enough and over a long enough period. Could not the occultic energies, abyssal, arisen from such torment simulate the effects such as we are seeing right now? Only in theory, of course.
That would be very possible. Occultic users have more than enough, well, energy to sway the environment around them. But, like I was saying before, at this scale, you'd need immense power.
Yes. Yet this very morning, I think I saw for myself an example of the power of the Fae. It was, after all, a key ingredient in this, miraculous concoction of bombadils that healed him such. A minor Fae donating a small amount of essence was able to bring a 90-year-old Navaiki back from the brink not once but twice. If that is just a small one,
You said
then
the Fae.
certainly. He would not
The Fae
divulge
gave me
how or why, and I have my suspicions. But yes, a key ingredient was spiritual essence, which was apparently volunteered to him by a member of the Fae. Whether or not that's actually
How
the
on
truth of the
earth has
matter.
he gotten into contact with the Fae without us knowing?
Well, that's a very curious question, isn't it? I suggest you ask Anura.
Anora.
Yes, the young...
She's one of the Seers.
She is, and something of an apprentice of young, of the revered Professor Bombadil. If there was anyone high up on my list of subjects, that would certainly be it.
I swear to the gods if they... Never mind right now. It's fine.
Well, certainly we have seen that Professor Bombadil is one who is, not estranged to extreme action. And indeed, things within the grounds have been getting rather rapidly worse. I wonder if there's a relation at all.
Am I...
It's just theories, of course. It could just be me grasping at straws to try and, avoid confronting the inevitable.
You have seemed to have it in for him recently.
Not without reason. I did think that the sun was hanging low in the early morning rather long, didn't you?
Yes.
More strange behavior, perhaps.
Perhaps. To affect the sun, though, now that's something. Sun magic.
Who knows?
Looked into that.
Perhaps the... Well... Perhaps the constant miasma of awful is having an effect on us as well. Anura!
I'm very sorry.
Of course she did.
What was that?
Oh, my apologies.
She's looking for Bombadil.
Oh, really?
She said that he needed my assistance.
Did he indeed? Well, I'm afraid I haven't seen Bombadil for some time.
She said he was with Emma.
I think I briefly saw Emma by the dorm some 10 minutes hence, but not any time soon.
If you do see him, please notify him that I am looking for him.
Yes, I shall. You must be very pleased with him.
Pleased with him?
Yes, certainly I'm sure he's told you of recent successes.
My what? He has not.
How could he not? You must have worked on it together.
Excuse me?
Well, in that case, I'm sure you will have great conversations with the good professor.
The last I saw him, his classroom.
I checked his classroom and it was empty, miss.
Are Viking known for their deceit and lies? I had hoped they were just rumors.
Not that I would know.
Interesting. Well then, do be on your way. I'm sure you will have much excitement upon hearing of his most recent discoveries. Truly remarkable.
Decide that for myself then.
Yes.
I will be off now.
I wonder where he got the ingredients. That is the third time that one has obviously lied to me.
Not sure about those Vikings.
No.
Bombadil is the only one I've managed so far to become friends with.
I'm sure you're very useful to him. Who knows? Maybe once upon a time you were considered as an ingredient.
I have nothing of use for him apart from being a shield.
In case a very useful shield, I'm sure you are.
Well, perhaps not anymore, it seems, if he's doing such things to get us and the students in trouble. Perhaps I should leave him up to his own devices a little more.
Certainly. Excuse me, it looks like someone's left a torch blazing. Quickly sort that out. Careless students. That could be telling. That could be very telling. The bin teleport hit way in advance of me putting it in there. Maybe this solves our occlusion issues as well.
My apologies for the long delay.
Not a problem. I had quite the enlightening conversation with Miss Bellicoso in your absence. Tell me, have you spoken to Anora often?
I do not know.
I'd be curious to know your impression of her.
In terms of combat or personality?
I'm sure we will have conversations on the matter in coming days, though hopefully it's not too much of a concern. Do you have much of an opinion on the Viking?
Serious to some degree. As for the physical prowess, I'd say almost non-existent.
Yes. They are a curious addition to our ranks, that's for sure, but who knows? Bombadil has proved himself most useful as of this very morning. I take it you've been elucidated as to the news. Oh, what am I saying? Of course, I told you myself.
I have not.
Oh, were you not there at the captain's meeting?
What? No, you have not.
Oh, my apologies.
I was not, no.
He has created a concoction which allowed him to rapidly regenerate and recover from not one, but 2 gunshots to his stomach.
He did it, didn't he? Alright.
It?
Yeah, well...
This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain ingredient that was involved in the concoction of the potion.
Yes, it would.
I see.
And I thought...
I have to say, you're the last person I expected to know about this, if I'm honest.
Well, the reason why is because I was in the very room he was in when that happened.
When...
Actually.
Except
I didn't
When what happened?
Well, how should I say this? I was speaking with Bombadil in his office, and a fae, or some sort of spirit, tended to go into the room.
I see.
Got, from what I understand, drunk on one of his concoctions, and he drank one.
I see.
And I have reason to believe that is the cause.
So it wasn't voluntary.
So it wasn't.
He kidnapped a fae.
He kidnapped, drugged, and extracted vital essence from a fae. But yes, I believe that is more or less the long and short of it.
Seems to be. See, the thing is, I told him not to touch it. I told him to, if he wished to keep it safe, to do so. Yet, I vastly underestimated his, how should I say this? His experimental nature. In fact, I should have been a little bit more.
Alchemical professor.
I know.
And an individual who I believe just a few days ago decided to guarantee the, how should we say, the aid of the Silent City to a foreign dignitary.
I heard about that.
Yes.
I did hear about that. I did not really think, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yes.
I completely...
Well, he's fucking lucky it worked, that's for fucking sure. Otherwise, we'll be...
He's going to die tonight, clearly.
He's going to do it again, isn't he?
Of course.
Please don't
He has
tell me
asked
he's
me
going
to
to
do
capture
exactly
another one.
that. Malik has instructed me to do so.
Capture the fae?
Once.
Find ways of securing a pipeline of essence, yes.
What was it about us being told not to fuck with the Fae?
I don't know. I remember being shouted at very, very loudly because I instructed a student to warn one off from 3 meters away. And here I find that he's been getting them
Because
drunk.
it seems like I'm the only one here upholding that. Don't fuck with the fae. It's quite simple.
I have done nothing of the sort.
Same. In fact, move along. Move the fuck along.
Oh, okay. I was gonna ask a question, but okay.
How is Avi doing, by the way? In his newfound studies.
You're gonna be surprised to hear, but he has not come to me at all. I assumed he's stopped learning about it.
He came to you instead.
He failed a test. Yes.
I see. So now he has left his erstwhile team and family for nothing?
That seems to be the case, yes. I was there personally to witness.
What a waste.
I'm sure we can pick his studies back up soon.
I'll have to catch up with him.
Some flux of the captain's still inside the...
Yes, we've not seen them leave.
I want to mention one thing with Avi. If he intends on not learning occult appropriately, and until I deem him, how should I say this, adept in learning occult, I will not be teaching it to him, because it is a waste of time. And not only is it a waste of time, he is more than likely
He is a risk.
Others. He is a risk. That's exactly it.
So, what is this test he failed, dare I ask?
Why do you want to know?
Because I want to know whether it's something that he messed up, or whether or not it was hard, or what the manner of this is. He is an errant, and at this moment, untaught occult user.
Trust me, I wouldn't have pushed him into learning occult if he wasn't ready, and he's not. So I left it there. That's what the test is for.
I see.
Perhaps in the future he will pass, but right now he is not ready.
That I expected.
No matter how much he wants.
Curious. So he was in love with the idea of it, but couldn't push himself over the final measure. I think I get the idea.
Many are when it comes to occult magic.
I can well understand.
They commit themselves.
Oh, Harvey. There I was thinking you were becoming useful. Rats.
Useful?
Yes.
For a long time, he will not be useful. He'll be useful once he learns to learns to use occult. That's not happening anytime soon.
Yes, and wield something more sensible than those minuscule axes of his. He's treading with a shield, you say?
Axes can be useful.
I don't doubt it, but when you're wielding two of them and they scarcely cover your fists, I have other ideas. He may as well punch with the damn things.
Well, I'll already tell you this much. He's already been a liability with the shield itself because he's crushed a student yesterday.
He crushed a student.
It's not his shield.
With his shield, yes.
He is using a dragonkin shield. Let's give him that, I suppose.
Right, but that should
I
not
think I
excuse
see.
his terrible actions. Never mind. I want to
Terrible
forget about
actions?
that stupid dog.
Stupid dog.
That's
How
what
is
he
he a
is.
dog?
I wonder, it might be the tails?
The panting.
I mean, the ears? The tail, perhaps?
He is more than
The constant unwelcome displays of affection.
Right.
Oh, and I think I've seen him
The
pissing on the
constant
buildings a
barking.
couple of times.
Oh, of course. I've seen that as well.
Conversation
I'm not sure that's quite 15 minutes.
Might have been a bit longer, but I suppose let's give them 5 more. If
I
they
don't
come out, then we, pull
understand
them out.
why they deny it. Just because they look like animals doesn't mean they have to behave like them. Oh well.
I know. I agree.
You fucking what?
Oh, nothing.
I let it slide because I'm trying to focus on the situation at hand.
Certainly.
But I swear once this is all over, Nello. They're still in there conversing.
I dare say they have a lot to catch up on. They haven't had much of an occasion to speak to each other, and they've been struggling as captains, more or less unguided. I dare say this conversation is a very welcome one for them. It's part of the reason I felt the need to orchestrate it.
It was a good decision. That's what they need right now. It's been running around like headless chickens for the last weeks. Damn about time something's been done about that.
Yes, and I also dare say I'm not a big fan of the captains living with the rest of their teams in the first instance. Far too many people playing happy families, and that won't last as soon as people start dying. There needs to be a clear separation of rank.
One of the teams doing such a thing is Aqua.
With what? Separation of rank.
Playing happy family.
Oh, yes, I'm aware. That's why I've been punishing them already.
Is it working?
No.
Or is it making
Is it
them
working for any other team?
Well, I dare say Lumen is in a bit of a sorry state at the moment. It's very pleasing to see. My word, accepting Cecilia back on like that, I wish I could have seen her face from where I was standing more clearly.
Oh, you missed it. She immediately ran off.
Oh no, that bit I saw. She headed for the hills.
You did, yes. She initially refused, actually, until she was forced, obviously, by the staff body. I hope she learns to understand that at this point, personal feelings don't matter anymore.
Certainly. I'm almost sure that we'll find her cuddling a Madari in one of their houses by tomorrow morning.
I wouldn't doubt that.
That is, if she can manage to get through one of the
such a thing?
doors. Certainly not, but it wouldn't stop me finding it funny.
It would be funny.
As long as she bribes them with gold, what does it matter?
I don't think she needs, that's not in short supply for dear Cecilia. But yes. I dare say they'll be happy families. Creating Team Madari. They may be the most capable fighting force we managed to put forwards.
I dare say after this is over, we speak to Bombadil about you-know-what.
Yes, in fact, I did read a large amount of notes about making demi-humans more sentient and capable. Over the last night, it was something of a fascination for the Linettes. It may be that we could put some crystals and other alchemical ingredients in Madari and make them something quite capable.
I don't know if having more RVs around is a good thing. but perhaps.
They won't turn into RVs. They're not just
They very much will be.
Yes, they do what they're
considering
told.
their attitude with throwing the knives and everything. Has that been resolved?
So because they've got ears and a tail and they throw knives, they are the same as RV?
Very quite so in terms of their personalities, from what I've seen, yes.
My Midori are
I mean,
nothing like RV.
I dare say I agree.
Very much.
They're far more useful.
Very well, I'd very much rather see it than hear it.
Understood. No, I'm sure they're enjoying their conversation in there, but I err on the side of boredom. And I'm not exactly just going to let them have run of the bar all evening. Shall we intercede?
Shall we interrupt? Yes, yes. Thought of just as me as well, yes.
Let's do that.
Yes, I think so. They can gossip more in the morning.
After you.
Thank you very much.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Afternoon.
Time is up, I'm afraid.
Today.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. It was very productive.
Remember, you are sworn to secrecy about everything that you have discussed and indeed do here. It defeats the point of this entire exercise if your underlings catch wind of what you talk of here. If they hear that someone's having some sort of doubts or someone's struggling with something else, word can travel fast, and all of a sudden the entire morale structure falls apart. You owe it to each other to keep shtuck on this encounter. In that case, if there's nothing else, we shall see you here in another 2 days. We will increase frequency if needs be, but I think every other day seems sensible to start with. The door is yours. We will be checking the bar.
Before we leave, guys, do we want to pick 1 or 2 people of our teams to have meet somewhere, maybe the arena at sunset, and then they can do the patrol?
I'd very much be curious to see if they touched it. None of you have been drinking now, have you? Wait, you have been?
No, sir. No.
Okay, good, good. Otherwise, we'd have a very, very fun time here. Remember, we have all high expectations of you. Do well, continue better, and you will succeed. All right.
Thank you, sir.
All seems good. But looks like the wine hasn't been touched.
I haven't touched anything, luckily. Otherwise, well, I'm sure you wouldn't like if they took your precious alcohol, Bellicosa.
Very good. It may soon be some of the only drinkable substances left on campus.
I have to say one thing to you, too.
Yes.
Regarding the Chancellor's current... How should I say this? Not status, but he's not been feeling well, obviously, you can tell.
Yes, it's not done a particularly good job of hiding it.
No. He has drank a concoction, however, I believe that was the last one. He shall be fine for the next 2 months. However, it's going to get worse, from what I understand.
And what is the concoction?
He did not tell me. In fact, there was a lot of things he did not tell me.
We still know very little about him, it strikes me.
We do. That we do.
I think all of us know very little about everyone.
Well,
A salient point.
funny you mentioned that. Yes, he does have a problem with his mana gate, but he doesn't mean much of it. However, at some point, I do wish we could confront him on that together. won't be having the Chancellor die on us.
Certainly not. Even so, there is more to attend.
They were cancelled, were they?
Sorry? I don't get the first
Were the lessons for today cancelled?
They were, yes. Intend
How was
on,
that service to teach
of course.
I should see if I can catch Army. Actually,
Well, that's okay.
Some sort of special alchemy project.
who would have thought? Yes. How can I help?
If it's not too much for you, I have a thing going on right now, apparently. But later in the day, if I could talk to you later at the
Certainly.
Aethertech lab.
I shall make myself available to you, of course. I'm sure I'll be retreating there at some point to have a look over the notes. Very good, then. Do keep an eye on Honora. Speaking plainly, have you noticed that she is a terrible liar?
Well, where to, Professor?
Let us check. We should gather in the main hall and figure out what's going on.
Team, get to the main campus. Try and gather other
Training
people
grounds,
along the
Dad.
way.
Go.
Training grounds. Got it.
Alright.
I'll meet you all at the main.
Gather your team, find them. Get to the main hall.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Correct me if I'm wrong, is that the barrier? I'm going to get my staff.
Yes, you should grab arms as soon as the alarm... As soon as the alarm sounds, grab your weapon, head to the main call. Let's go. I'll round up whoever else is here.
Grab anything you need, then.
For anyone who is not already, let's go! Grab your weapon and head to the rendezvous. That is the main building. That is an alarm bell. Grab your weapon, head to the main building.
The main hall.
I wonder what news the day brings.
Anyone still left around? Get to the main hall.
Sure, they're grabbing their weapons. No time to wait around. Come on, with speed. What now? Mordred, Professor Bombadilla, people already gathered.
Should I gather to the front gate still, or given conditions?
Oh,
They're headed to the main gate, are they? Is that the order? Who did you hear that from?
They're gathered at the main gate and they're taking defensive.
Understood. In that case, you two remain here and give them the instructions. I shall go to support forthwith. If you see anyone heading this direction, tell them to head outside. You, where are you going?
Right at the professor, or right at the gate,
For-
Professor. For Kingsley.
Very good. Kingsley was going back to the dormitories in order to find their weapons. They found themselves without arms. I believe they'll be finding their way shortly.
Thank you, Professor.
I knew something felt weird. Well, what have we got? What have we got?
If they think we are the culprits, I sure hope it's not the second one.
Well, that's not something I expected to see today.
Trent, but they may find their
They do not need killers and hunters. They need protectors. But we will wait for the third.
believe she should be on the way. However, we could catch her up on what is going on.
Is this Kerno by chance?
Of two of the three.
I think so.
Begin describing what this assistance
Curious.
you needed was.
I come asking for help. I offer boons.
I don't know what's ahead, and I'd rather not.
Strength and power.
Oh.
Here. My mother, daughter of Gaia, is dying.
The forest
The
god.
very soil you stand upon dies. I had thoughts I had more time. But it seems it is not so. And so I must ask of you to move with great haste. You must save her. She dies at the hands of the men who lied to her, who lied to me. She is trapped. And my children are bound. Bound to keep away anyone who tries to help her. They will give their lives to make sure she dies out there. Will you help me? Will you save her?
Dare say we shall. Gladly.
Over. We must know.
Boons.
It is very rare they have favors without conditions.
I knew it was good to trust you, Actors.
There are pathways west of here, overrun by lack of use, but still there. Travel with them until you find a deep canyon. She lies within, along with my children. But their minds and bodies are not their own.
Mental magics.
They do not be harmed.
This
They will fight and they will try to kill. It must be guaranteed.
We cannot.
Their lives are more important than the lives of mortals.
Their lives are important to you. However,
They are important to Astria.
under ours,
They are important to Astria.
I can guarantee you that we will attempt.
Do you speak for all of them?
Let me see.
If I may, our humble forces here have become rather adept at protecting. Not only do they protect each other and these walls, as you see they stroll to the defense of them urgently, but they have also rescued a village to the east of here, attacked by powers occultic. I am sure that in exchange for the bountiful trust that you are placing in us here, we will be able to assure that no harm comes to your kindred. Though surely you must understand
Thank you.
that mortals with fleeting lives such as we, to put your life at risk is no small task, though I would not dare to compare it to ones as old and wise as you. I would ask that you consider.
You would do right not to compare it. I stand before you, physical, mortal.
And
it
we are
means this much to me.
humbly glad to receive you and grateful that you would do so. We shall not betray the trust that you have put in us this day, and we shall hasten to your aid at once. For surely it is as you say, your mother and your kindred are important to all Astrea, and it is our solemn duty to protect that same mother, Guy, if in our own way. Are we of one mind on this?
Good. We are.
Then I am glad to hear it. Is there anything we can do for you?
Dawn of tomorrow, I will send a sprite, and they will guide you. No later than morning. She is so weak.
I understand. We shall be ready to receive your vassal.
And I ask that these children, those who speak for the spirits, go to her.
I'm sure
they should be able to trust, not you.
I'm sure they will be more than glad to be of use to you and your mother.
Then I thank you.
I dare say I am unfamiliar with the customs of the Fae and spirits. Is there anything more that we must do, Acteris? Or Octavian?
I wouldn't be aware of it.
I see.
At this point, we are far outside of now. customs. But I believe at this point we have an accord.
I believe so.
Bring together your forces.
Should you need anything from us,
Your hospitality.
as you are, then you need just let us know. It must have taken some strain and not inconsiderable will to manifest as you are at present. If there is any way we may assist you in your safe return home, then we should be glad to provide what meager help as mortals may.
I will be safe on my trip.
And I am glad to hear it. Then we must prefer our forces. There is much discussion to be done. How much power could I get from your mind?
Then I leave you to it.
Thank you kindly again.
I believe you three should accompany them. Well, to be quite honest with you, a lot of questions that have been answered regarding this island.
What did you agree with them?
We agreed to whatever we needed to agree to, so that they would show us where the god of the forest were. There to see if we can help. We are not to harm any of the spirits we may find there, nor anything else, but a sprite is to come on the very morrow of this coming day, to bear our forces to go
It's imperative.
and save a deity. This is very exciting. Don't you think?
Wow.
So,
Let's start them training immediately.
what about it?
We need to gather the
sharpen our
captains at
weapons.
once, as well as their seconds, and decide on who we're going to be going with us.
Yes.
Where shall the location be?
I see no reason that we need to find somewhere far from nature. I dare say that the middle of the arena grounds is scarce enough hidden from the nearest tree and bough. Plus, it doesn't look suspicious that we would be training here. To the arena it is, then.
Let's take the captains. We'll describe and explain everything then.
Captains and lieutenants, please.
Perfect.
Wait in the arena. Everyone else is dismissed.
But I advise the rest of you train until then.
Come the morrow, Rosewood marches westward. We have a mission of utmost importance. There is no time to delay.
They must say, figure out what's going on with my legs.
Maybe a bit too much energy.
Perhaps. Alright, to the arena.
Oh, you foolish spirit. Go on.
Pair of gloves and
Show me where the mother is.
oh, pair of gloves.
Range combatants who will be dealing obviously with range.
What exactly are we doing?
Ram. Did she say beef problem?
How could you be having an encounter like that and run away talking about a beef problem?
Excuse me, what?
What's wrong with Aqua?
And anybody who technically I only need you, but like anybody else who is joining me isn't allowed to fight.
As you can see, he's terribly excited.
I'm extremely excited.
Okay.
Well, hopefully the rest of them won't keep us meeting. You know, the very first time I ever saw Luca, he was running to the arena. He'd got all the way from the dorm to the grounds, and he was out of breath. I suspect he eats overmuch in the canteen.
That could be one.
Teo, glad to see you haven't fallen asleep.
That's fine.
Yes.
Is there a smell, Murtesh? I just noticed you wafting your nose. You're being rather quiet. Interesting.
Sorry. I was having a moment earlier. It's fine.
I understand.
I believe that is everyone.
I believe so. In that case, we will keep it shortish. We have very little time to prepare. We have been approached by the physical incarnation of Kerno, a vassal for one Kira, goddess of the forest and indeed of this island. I still can't quite believe I'm saying that. Well, hopefully the novelty will wear off at some stage, but even so, they are... It appears that things for the Fae are rather dire. So dire, in fact, that they would risk corporealizing in front of us, walking to our grounds and asking such meager mortals as we for help. And not only are things so dire that they would ask us for help, they would also send a Fae to escort us nicely right into the goddess's torture chamber, if the seers are indeed to be believed. Kerno mentioned a man of sorts. Who this man is and what he wants is of utmost importance to determine, though I do not know if we'll be able to do so on this given mission. Apparently, whoever he is deceived this goddess, and as a result of that, she is undergoing no small degree of suffering, and indeed Kerno directly referenced the state that the island is currently in. I would really wait until the teachers weren't looking for an attempt to assassinate Luca, Yuko. You don't need to point the spear so brazenly at his back. He's got eyes on your position, Luca. You'll need to do a good job on this coming mission. Even so, tomorrow morning we are to be escorted by a lesser Fae to the middle of their grounds through a bramble-thick path which is apparently long overridden. There is no knowing how old and how long it has been since any mortal has treaded that grounds. It is likely to be dangerous, and if the flood of this energy from this being, which truly, remarkably, is supposed to be strong enough that they are affecting us here within these very grounds, our water supply, our plants. Then who knows what we're going to face.
That's the thing. The Fae mentioned that its children are defending the grounds. My worst suspicions are that you will be facing Fae itself. If that is the case, one thing that being mentioned was to not attack it. How does that work? I'm not sure. How are you supposed to defeat something you cannot kill? That'll be for you up to decide, although I understand it, that'd be best to capture it, to keep it from attacking others. That'd be the best course of action. But we'll leave that for you to decide. No.
On the face of it,
we wish to...
this mission demands stealth. First and foremost. We are promised boons. Very excited about boons from a forest god. If we are to deliver here to safety without harming any of these children, her children, the enraged and controlled, I believe was the word they used, Fae that inhabit this area. Our mission is sneak in, harm no one if possible, and free a forest god.
Simple enough.
Bit of a step up from worms, isn't it? I'm not gonna lie. It's a, yes. We leave tomorrow morning. Doubtless, a full invasion of all of our forces is almost destined to attract the, how shall we say, ire of the forests there, and then combat will be inevitable. We'll only be taking half of us, I'd say at most. We need to figure out which teams are best suited for this occasion between yourselves. And get ready for a morning's march. Any questions? Well, in that case, there is much planning and preparations to be done. This is an enormously exciting opportunity, and I'm sure you're all aware of quite how much this stands to gain us. Very few people are fortunate enough to win the favor and gratitude of a forest god, wouldn't you agree? My word, this could be a turning point. If there's nothing else from any of the other assembled, then you are dismissed. Prepare well. We will be around should you need us.
Yes, sir.
Luca, you look like you want to do that thing where you wait until everybody's dismissed and then immediately ask a question immediately after me asking if there are any questions. You going to do that again? That would be the third time running. I'm waiting.
No, sir.
Good. Then get out of here. You have planning to do.
Wanzuku.
Yes, sir.
On Chip Chop. Do we leave this in their hands, or guide them? This is a concerning matter. It's not a
They
test
can't even
anymore.
decide in which way to go. How are they supposed to decide?
To be fair, it's rather overwhelming
It must have gone
news.
that way in other teams.
I don't think they can be expected to come about this too quickly. I dare say Ignis would be a terrible pick to go ahead.
They're supposed to deal with Fae without injuring them.
I can only assume stealth is their only option.
Yes, that would be the best option. But if they were to be caught, if they were to be found, that's a different story. Surely I don't expect them to find themselves in a good position and not be found at all? It can't be. They're students.
Well, the spirit talkers need to go with them. They need to have talkers. People who are wise. They need those who can think quick on their feet, smart of wit, and stealthy. None of which are things that I think the students are particularly capable of doing. But we'll see.
It did mention having the seers come along.
Of
That
course.
would be wise, of course.
So the seers, there are two of Lumen and Ivian of Terra. Terra does seem to be best suited for their sneaking capabilities, though I'm sure they've already arrived at that. There's a good number of Vaiki in those two teams, and I believe that the Fae are particularly fond of the small critters. Apologies, Bombadil.
So, that's potentially Lumen and Terra. Perhaps a third.
Well, certainly not Ignis. I dare say you can see them coming a mile away.
Too blundering, too loud, too unpredictable.
They're far more better suited at the front lines of a battle.
What of Aqua and Umbra? We have their advisors here.
I believe that Umbra, with these new changes to the teams, they wish to prove themselves very much, especially with all that happened under Umbra's name. They wish to prove to all the professors that they are more than capable enough to handle what's been thrown.
That fills me with not an incredible amount of confidence. What of Ventus, then?
They did do quite well in the caves.
I don't think Ventus is in the right condition
Under
to
no
do this mission.
circumstances should Ventus be entrusted with a stealth mission at this time. They can barely hold themselves.
They currently have some internal issues that will prove a liability if they choose to.
Ventus having internal issues. Wow, that's turning into something of a repeat tale. And you are...
What do you say of Aqua?
Did no one got the joke?
Yes, I simply didn't find it particularly amusing, Octavian. Now, Aqua, your charges.
I didn't hear it.
It's hard for me to say. Because on one end, they've got 2 new members, but on the other, they're trying to find out their stride. And with everything that's been happening, with Avi leaving, and they're not ready just yet either. Perhaps, but
Perhaps it'd be more secure to send Umbra then.
they
have a
I
very
think that would
strong
be the more
leader.
wise.
And their
Umbra
team
has
seems to
been
follow him.
rounded out now with Lucia joining in with a capable archer.
Mordred, I'm going to put torch from it, tell everybody that I'm just...
Yiko and Nils.
Yiko is starting to change. He has come to me to learn healing magic.
This is a rather delicate encounter, but I must admit that the two of them do have some wits about them when it comes to conversation. And maybe they are trying to prove themselves, but it's a lot at risk. Truth be told, I was rather hoping that Ventus would be more stable at this given moment in time. I take it it's not all Emma.
If it were simply combat, I would feel better about Ventus. But I don't think they're capable of a mission that requires subtlety and stealth.
Right. There I was thinking that Yuki had handled themselves rather admirably with the Necromancer mission. I was rather hoping we might be able to see her in action again. But not to worry.
I suppose that concludes our talk.
I worry for Lumen as well, to be honest, with the newly added Cecilia again, but, that being said,
We've told them it's up to them now, so perhaps what we can best do is sway them just a little.
well, we can certainly make recommendations. And if they put together something too stupid, we can make it a rather forceful one. But I wouldn't.
Well, let's hope they listen to us.
I hope that they have the wherewithal to make the same decisions we have.
That's just about what I was going to say.
Very
I'm sure
well.
so they come to the same conclusion. Alright.
Well, this is a turn-up for the books.
It is. I, quite frankly, didn't expect this to happen so soon, but...
Certainly not. Such an ample supply of spirit essence just at our door. Marvelous.
And, you know what, that actually reminds me of something, Bombadil. Regarding the room we were in, with the Fae. What did you do with that?
What?
That's a long story.
I'd speak up if I were you.
Story. It's a little hard to hear.
You're a little bit on a quiet
You're very
whispering.
quiet.
Oh, sorry about that.
Very good.
As of recent events, the aid of that Fae has led us some developments to some interesting events in terms of the advancement of medicine. All I can
And
say right
may
now
I-
is that... Ah, yes, go on.
May I ask what happened to it?
Well, it's still there. That's all. Doesn't want to leave.
It's alive.
It's alive, don't worry. Although, at its current state, I cannot extract anything else from it.
That sounds to me like as if you'd want to do more.
Well,
Bombadil, why is it that every time I turn around, there's something happening that further complicates things? I understand what you're trying to do, but this is a very delicate matter.
Even I know not to fuck with Fae.
Be that as it may, there are other factors that I believe are also worth investigating in the future. The Fae
let me
is
put
just
it-
one part of that.
Leaps of science are rarely made by cautious men, Octavian.
I understand, but it comes down to the delicate time frame we're in right now. If that thing before found out, what do you think would happen?
I think we'd kill it and get some spirit essence. And probably, you know.
That you're not wrong with about, but what would happen to this island?
What happens to this world? What Bombadil has constructed here, a regenerative potion, may well prove to be a vital stage in staving off the effects of the devouring. If we could distill it and work on this treatise, we may have something of a short-term resistance, something that will finally enable us to sally forth, take the fight to the rifts, as opposed to simply waiting for them to consume us. Yes, we may
Funny you
lose this
mentioned
island.
devouring. You bring up a good point regarding that, but the devouring, curing it,
No. Incorrect.
or even, well, not curing. I understand you said resistance.
Certainly. The devouring attacks your mana signature first. It sets root.
Oh, I am quite aware of
It permeates.
Very aware.
It mutates you such that it feeds on your own body, such that even after you're long removed from contact with the rift, your own mana gate, your own self, becomes the power source for the occult magic that grows and grows and grows until you are consumed. If we were able to heal at the same rate and early that the occult, the abyssal influence took place, we may be able to stave it off. And I say this not out of pure theory. I say it because I've done the same thing. Not with alchemy. But with Aethertech. I was on a team that developed an etheric retrodiffuser. The idea was that by backing yourself up, creating an imprint of your mana signature within a sufficiently complex matrix, you would be able to generate a restorative field capable of staving off the effects. I have studied the Devouring at length. The principle holds ground.
I would hope so.
If we have
I'd very much hope so.
a way of mass-producing an alchemical factor instead, something less, how shall we say, intricate and costly than doing the same thing with etheric practices, then all of a sudden Rosewood stands above any other force in the world as being the only body with the power to take the fight to the rifts. What is one island then?
The island we stand on is the potential for these students to begin with. You say we move, per se.
I say we conquer.
I am trying to get at one point here. I believe it's a fool's dream to cure the devouring. I believe in the destruction of the rifts, though. You can't play with God. You can't play with its powers. Because I've tried too. And I've tried to seek many people to help with that. And it's only delayed the inevitable. I understand what you have told me has somewhat helped with the devouring. But what happened to you? I've seen glimpses of it when we were in that cave. You're not human anymore.
No.
Is this the outcome we desire?
What lengths would you go to save Astray?
Death.
Could you suffer injury? You're already wounded.
That I am.
Then my injuries look different, but I am far stronger for them.
I don't doubt it.
And I would have the same for every other student at this school.
Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. We were just wrapping up.
A small delivery from Sir
Perfect.
Bombadil. Given a assignment given by, well, supposedly you, but you forgot about it.
Apologies about that. You guys wait for a bit, just one more minute. Or actually, is it fine if they stay in for the conversation?
No, I think I dare say we've said enough. It's important. We need to make sure the preparations are going well. Exciting times ahead, gentlemen. I take it Lumen will be foremost of the teams. I look forward to seeing you in action, Anura. Rats to the staircase.
Farewell.
Farewell. I believe Val was waiting for me. It is ever good to take solace in the wisdom of science. Apologies for interrupting.
Yes.
An unusual meeting spot for all of you. Been doing some further reading, Emma. I'll be glad to see it. And of course, Ulysses as well. Good to see you. I don't suppose you've seen Val anywhere.
He was here maybe
I
4
see.
minutes ago.
Any idea where he was headed?
He grabbed a notebook.
Ah, in that case, he's probably looking for me. Are you excited?
We're certainly something, sir.
Yes,
We're ready.
I hear you certainly are. Poor Ventus.
It'll be a good opportunity.
Ever seem to be struggling with something or another. If you'd like a possible solution to one of your problems, I would love to have the opportunity to talk to you about it, Taulani, if you're around a little later on.
Yes, sir.
I know it was heading this way, I thought.
I did suppose you've seen Val run past, have you?
Saw him previously heading towards the doors. That was good.
Understood.
So he may not be there.
Well, either way, it's the best lead I have at present. Thank you kindly. Val. Where are you? Another in yellow, yet not who I'm looking for. Ventus as expected. In the distance, a glimmer. To the dorms it is, then. All we can do is fall forwards as we grow weak and the light grows dim. Focus. Look for the light. You'll find it. Whatever shade. It may be.
Besides yourself.
No.
Knock, knock, knock.
Unless, of course, Cecilia.
Come in. Door's unlocked.
Thank you. Most kind.
Ah, Professor.
Ah.
Hello, Professor.
Good day. Cecilia, and I don't believe I've learnt your name. Rowan, is it? Something along those lines.
Rowan, yes.
Rowan, I thought I'd heard that correctly from someone else. My, you were dressed sharp. So doubtless.
Thank you.
You will be going on tomorrow's endeavor, given that not one, but two of the vital seers are from your team. How are we feeling?
Ready as always, sir.
I'm glad to hear it, though I dare say a man clad in iron and steel might not be well received on this one, Val. This will be a test of your ability to remain discreet. And what of you, Rowan? I have not learnt your strengths yet.
I have divine magic affinity, so
Indeed.
not much combat experience yet, but as far as medical goes,
I see. I'm glad that you have made fast friends. Even so, I would not interrupt these preparations. Else to say that do keep the nature of the Fae in mind. They are tricksters and seek to lure and deceive where necessary. It is likely that you will need to be fast of wits should you find yourself talking to one, lest you promise things you are not quite prepared to give up. Even so, well, I just went to find you in the Aethertech laboratory, only to find Ventus sitting there having one of their deep, meaningful discussions instead.
I actually saw them as well. I was grabbing my notebook should the Fae be nosy enough to look.
Very wise indeed. Was there anything you wish to speak to me? Did you still need that, or would you prefer to go about your evening's preparations?
If it's all right, the decision is yours to make.
Do we need to sort you with something to knock yourself out tonight, Tal?
No, I'll be fine.
If you say so.
Thank you.
They do enjoy their use of sleep magics. It would be good if you were at least somewhat able to ward off their charms. Well, shall we head outside, or is it something you can discuss publicly?
Or private location, if you wouldn't mind.
Very good. In that case, I shall head on out and cease to interrupt your evening feeds. What was that?
There's the basement of secrets if the two of you wishes to converse in there instead of outside.
Is that what it's called?
It's quite true.
I didn't wish to...
It's less likely that a Fae is watching from afar if you're underground, yes?
The basement of secrets. That does sound exciting. Let's have a look.
Plans on storing some equipment here. But
Very wise indeed. Though I hope it's sufficiently, how shall we say, insulated so you're not interrupting people too late with hammers. My oh my.
workshop plan, nonetheless.
Yes, this is quite a appropriate space for such things. You must be careful to sort out some form of ventilation. And it wouldn't do to have anything too eagerly backfiring nearing any of the support structures. But even so, what would you want to speak to me on?
To put something in the back and have a vent out towards the back of the building. But regardless, I have been in talks with Professor Bombadil as of recently.
Oh, really? How many secrets is that old man keeping?
It was quite literally today, so do not worry too much. I assume we're still planning for the sewer trip eventually.
Indeed, yes. That has not decreased in urgency. Well, perhaps it has. Nonetheless, the presence of aetherite and the knowledge that it's been here for so long means that it needs to be checked up on, and such an abundant resource is, well, we'd be fools not to claim it if it's beneath our grounds. So yes, absolutely, the mission will be going ahead.
I have been recently doing some research on different poisons.
Indeed.
Specifically one hearty mushroom.
Ah.
Causes a blistering effect when applied to skin or lungs.
Indeed. And what
I have a couple
do you plan to do?
sketches
Oh, do go on.
of a device.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know if we'll complete it in time for this mission, however, for future missions in such enclosed areas, a rolling fog, if you would.
Ah, you wish to blanket an area with an irritant concoction. Very good, Val. It's good to see that there are some with more ambitious tactics amongst the students. I would be curious to see how we might augment this fog with Aethertech. Of course, deploying a canister is child's play, but I do wonder if there's anything we can do on the emission. Something to increase its potency or range, perhaps.
It is already quite potent based on my research, although Bombadil could tell you more. I was currently looking into a method of replicating a lesser version for a wider spread.
I see.
Something for more mobile use that I could apply on myself.
Indeed, perhaps something to disperse should you find yourself surrounded or something of the sort. Tell me, do you have a name for this idea yet?
For the machine, I was going to call it the Rolling Fog.
Yes, I was rather fond of that one. Yes, it does.
I haven't made one for the mobile version yet. I can't really decide if I want to have it as a cone so I can keep it away from teammates or as a ranged circle.
I dare say that you will get more use out of something directed. I dare say by the time that you are surrounded in a position such as you describe, well, a blistering fog might be a little bit too late. But however, being able to blanket a door, do you think it's possible to make it ignitable by chance?
I would have to check with Bombadil on the flammability of the gas, but possibly. Could mix it with something.
Certainly.
Might make it more potent.
Absolutely, or at least a second stage to the attack. Get something that sticks to the skin. Yes. Yes, my mind is aflush with ideas.
I actually had a similar idea recently, but I pushed that project aside.
Oh, really? Do tell.
In Palvendor, under my parents, there was study of a flammable sort of gel.
Oh, really?
I don't know much about its components, but it was a group project of my mother who worked in alchemy and my father.
So the idea is to disperse this gel onto some unexpected individual and put a match to it. Is that the idea?
They were currently workshopping ideas on having a machine shoot the gel and having an aetherite crystal ignited as it's flying.
Intriguing. And then presumably the gel ensures a hotter, longer burn.
From studies, they had gel that could burn for up to a minute.
I say. Well,
It
that...
was still a prototype at the time.
I do love the progression of science. Yes. Yes, I dare say you may have my absolute support in the beginnings of these measures. I will make sure that we prioritize workloads towards these ends. It would be good to have more countermeasures to be able to defend the grounds. I have dreams of automating defenses such that we need not rely solely on how quickly we can rush to the gate before entities stroll on in uninvited.
Well, with the castle grounds, we could set up a system for the rolling fog idea.
Absolutely.
That would flood the first floor only.
We could, absolutely. We could use it in key points as an area of asset denial. We could deploy it within the main gate, such that we can attack the initial wave of intruders. There are many ideas. We will have to identify choke points and see where it might be best employed. Much of the grounds is infuriatingly open, but certainly the central path between the arena and the main school gates, with the high walls on either side protecting it from windfall from the sea. I dare say that you could set up something of a killing field, particularly with the bridge above.
Or even with a bit of Ventus magic, you could simply push the fog in the right direction.
Yes, that was rather what I was hoping we could do with the aetherite components. Speed it up. Permeate. Contract. Compress. Yes.
Besides that matter, there was one other thing I was looking into.
Indeed.
I was actually going to read over the notes of the late Lynette's.
Indeed, and I shall be doing much the same.
I had an idea for a personal body modification.
I say, though, whilst I commend your commitment to these areas, the notes I have read so far suggest that these things have only been used on lesser beings, such as rat men and spiders and the like. To use them on yourself. There was another matter I wish to speak to you on, which may influence your decision. Bombadil has created an incredible restorative. If all goes well tomorrow, well, regardless of how it goes tomorrow, I am hoping we shall have this remarkable restorative in ample supply. Just today, I shot Bombadil in the stomach twice with my pistol, a compressed round of ice penetrating straight through his abdomen. Within seconds, this restorative had healed over the wound, as if nothing was ever there. The reason I say this to you, and I say this not to influence you nor get your hopes up in any demand, is we have much interest in seeing how this regenerative might work on the restoring of limbs, if such a thing might interest you. Malik himself expressed particular interests. Given your dedication to your studies at the school, I would have no problem at all, should you desire it, in recommending yourself as one of the first recipients of the distilled and perfected concoction.
As much as I appreciate the offer, I would have to decline at this moment.
Indeed. Even so, should you ever desire it,
This is perhaps at some point, but this has been my driving force in this field. Do not wish to lose on that yet.
understood. Perhaps something to look forward to once this is all over. Very good then.
Perhaps.
Should you need any further support or the commitment of resources, I am more than happy to give you my backing. As a fellow Palvandorian, we must understand that there are certain things that we are uniquely suited to, that it would be foolish to allocate expensive resources to those simply less suited to use them, though clearly you have a keen mind and aptitude for such tasks. Should you need anything, make sure that I see the requisition note first. I will make sure that you are ensured priority.
Of course, sir.
Very good then.
I do actually plan to work on your arms tonight as well.
I look forward to it.
Well, they should be complete.
Watching you tinker away at all these things has me feeling extremely nostalgic. I am hopeful that the adoption process goes down without too much of a hitch. It will be my first time interfacing with such devices since the alteration of my composition. However, should all go well, I will be gladly setting about my tinkering once more. It's been altogether too long. But there, it seems what little light we have from the rafters is fading. We should head back out. There is much preparations to be done for the morrow. Unless there was anything else.
Yes. No, that was it. Though the restorative has given me a couple ideas.
Yes, one does wonder what it might do in
I'll have
overdrive.
to look into that.
Very good. The cold sets in early. Good. It'll get them to bed faster. Almost immediately. I'll put in torches. They won't have like 5 of them in the same place. Immediately I watch one person put one in a fire and now keep it there, so that's 2 real-time lights. I see 2 people holding them right next to each other, despite the fact they are amply capable of lighting up the area of their own accord.
I don't know why. I was just curious. I couldn't get rid of it.
And then you grabbed it and it was sorry.
I couldn't put it back.
Good afternoon.
It's true.
Or rather evening now, I should say. I take it.
Correct, yes. I do see the moon.
Well, such a thing is visible most clear days. Are you quite alright?
No,
I hit my hand, but my apologies.
Very good. Have the teams made suggestions as to who it will be going tomorrow yet? Ventus, Aqua, have you made a decision at all?
As far as we're oh, go ahead.
I've been volunteering.
I was going to say that. I think
It is a team endeavor. A thing for teams to take on. If your captain has not told you that you'll be putting yourself forwards, then he will not be. Interesting. I don't believe I've met your acquaintance.
Oh, hi. You can just call me Penny. It's shorter than my real name. Excuse me.
I see. A wound on your arm as well, I see.
Yes, sir.
How did it happen?
Let's just say that I played with fire, sir. And I got burned.
Would you like to play with fire again?
Not necessarily, no, but if it's useful, then I might have to.
I might recommend, after tomorrow, if all goes well, a conversation with Bombadil. He's made something that you might find enabling. Do have a very good rest of your day.
Likewise, Professor.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
I've heard 15 different versions of what's going to happen, of who's going. Is it
In
the
Ignis,
team
hold on a
leaders?
second. I'm going to need to take a moment to contain my absolute surprise.
Nice to meet you as well.
Are Ignis gathered within their dorm at present?
Very well.
I have no clue, sir.
You have...
I was trying to find you, and we went to go look for Miss Bellicosa first. I was with Philia and Gelub. Murtesh and Zuku went to go see about.
Alright, I will make this abundantly easy for you then. Has Lafron spoken to you about the need to pick a role, a specialism today?
Lafron did not go to the meeting, so Zuku went instead.
Did Zuku speak to you about that today?
Yes, sir, but they were.
Which means
they
you
were
could
very
tell me
confused
that you have
on
chosen
who
the
is
role.
Me and Murtesh offered to go on the mission.
That is not... It appears that Ignis has failed, so you were not told to pick a specialism and then stick to it.
Sir, Zuku explained it as just a stealth mission.
I see, so that's strike one. Okay, and what do you think is happening today? And what will be happening tomorrow morning?
We are all going. Correct, sir?
Incorrect, but do go on.
Certain people are leaving to go help the Fae.
Correct. Who is going?
To my knowledge, it would be Kingsley, Anura, and Ivian.
Alone?
With you?
I'll put you out of your misery. First of all, it was stressed with utmost gravitas that as a point of absolute and incredible importance, yes, probably best. I do apologize. I had a moment of lapse. But either way, as I was saying, the idea is as follows. As an important part of learning how to fight rift beasts, you have all been invited to choose, very importantly, a particular role. Be they a close-range melee specialist, a ranged specialist, a defensive specialist, or a healer, of course. You'll be asked to pick one of these post-haste. The second thing in relation to the mission that will be going on urgently tomorrow morning was that the captains were supposed to decide between themselves who they believe. We need 3 teams who are best suited for this particular encounter. We need this to go down with as little fighting and as much subtlety as possible. We are under the strictest of instructions not to harm the Fae if at all possible. This is going to require good talkers, stealthy people, and people who can think on their feet very quickly. There's going to be a lot of, well, I don't know what to say, really. Usually I have something to say about matters like these, but we're freeing a forest god.
Yes.
I've not done this
That's
before.
what I heard. Oh.
Caleb, you look absolutely fascinated by the torch. Are you sure you're safe holding that thing? Yes. They happen in daytime as well, Gil. I don't think Ignis is best suited for this encounter. Either way, if you need any clarification on anything else, then do let me know.
I would like to go, sir. That's the only thing.
Unfortunately, this is a team exercise where we will depend on people who have learned to work together within their squads.
Professor Nella.
Yes.
Where's Professor Attempts located?
He was here just moments ago. He passed over in that direction, though I doubt you'll catch him now. He is a wood elf, of course.
Alright, have any of you guys seen Professor Octavian anywhere?
He was here not too long ago. I'm not sure where he is now. He might have headed to do some last-minute training.
Okay, I need to talk to him before I retire for the day.
Well, I suppose that makes it my turn. Has anyone seen Taulani anywhere? I needed to make him aware of an offer.
Sadly, I have not, sir.
I see.
But I am probably going to go tell Zuko and Murkesh about what you just said, so they could clarify it better, because they told me.
I see. Well, let them know that I've taken stock of this, and I will be reporting it to Miss Bellicosa, and that it is a very, very strong indictment that neither of them are fit to be captains. I will be making a recommendation that you take the position tomorrow. No sign of it. It always feels like an invasion of privacy when I do this. But whenever did I start caring? Let's be further afield. Perhaps some late-night training. Ariana becomes the big cheese. I'm stealing that. Fuck me. I am taking those real-time lights out again. I thought people could be trusted with them. No, I didn't. I didn't think they'd be trusted with them in the slightest. Oh, that looks nice. Doesn't that look nice at night? Fuck me, I love the way I made this place look at night. Yes, I'm checking myself off a little bit, but, like, you know, who doesn't enjoy a good old tug every now and then? I think this looks fucking excellent. The beach, perhaps. I believe it might be disabled at night, you know. I'm sure we'll find our way around there eventually. Ah, people are training.
Still seeing people here who aren't team captains. Avi, get the fuck out of here.
Bro, I thought they were having it somewhere else.
Do you not see all of the team captains standing right in front of you? I have said multiple times there are too many fucking people here.
Good to see you on your feet, Chancellor.
I took some potions.
I'm sure.
If there's one thing that's going to get people killed, it is going to be wasting time on who trusts who or who makes what moves. So if there is a reason to doubt, we need to move on with it. We probably just need to take it for, that account. So, if we have reason to believe it's Murtash, we should probably put him at the
Look at them talking. They only needed a little bit of encouragement.
He can help, sure, with the prep, give us some pointers, but maybe just not take him.
Please elucidate me. What is wrong with Murtash?
I'm not sure, but he feels very strongly about having to go to this mission. I'm not exactly sure why. I tried to get more information out of him, but all he could say is, I just need to see something for myself. He made sure to say that he's non-combative. There's nothing that he wants to kill or attack or any of the sorts. It's just
The man uses a big stick. There's not much he could kill.
Chancellor, I feel compelled at this point to say that the professors, including Ignis's sponsor, have recommended that Ignis do not go on this mission. Further, I understand from Oriana that the team's captaincy has failed to give not one, but two crucial messages to their team members today.
Have you informed your teams of their roles that needed to be assigned? Just to...
Yes, I did.
I have.
But so much came up
Likewise.
that they weren't able to give me any final answers yet. But I have a rough estimate of who belongs where.
I have all but
He's the only one who
yes,
did not
the roles
answer,
of
but
it.
everyone else did.
Very good, Jackson.
Right. Well, to continue with our discussion regarding the mission, Professor Nella, you divulged some information regarding the Fae and tricks they may play to keep your wits about you, and of course of sleep magic too. Could you divulge the other captains in this, please?
Certainly,
I believe it needs to be said.
I would be happy to do so. The Fae are tricksters by nature, often using illusions, invisibility, or wordplay to their favor. The best way to go about dealing with any Fae, from a defensive point of view, is absolutely not to tread into their territory, and to call them into yours. Given that we can't exactly burn them out this time, however, we are going to need teams that are quick-witted, light on their feet, and focused. We cannot have people moving off independently. If you have any doubts that you would be able to control one or more of your team members in this delicate endeavor, then I would reconsider whether or not this is the occasion and outing for your given team. That being said, we do know, based on what Kano has told us, that these Fae how shall we say? These Fae are being controlled or influenced in some matter. Now that could be due to the suffering of their captor, this Kier. We've already seen how this individual is capable of affecting the land around this very school. Who knows how it's affecting those who are closest to her. However, it was also mentioned a man, though he did not go further into details, a trickster, some sort of controlling entity. Whoever it is appears to have brought a god low, which means that we cannot rule out mental magic. If that is the case, it is likely that their controller will not be able to bring their normal powers fully to bear, and they may act in a more mundane way than Fae would of their usual accord. This man is a big unknown. It could just be someone who pulled off the gamut of a lifetime. It could be an extremely powerful sorcerer. I don't know. In fact, there's so many unknowns on this right now that we need laser focus. And to complete this as quickly as possible, do not err from the path. If you hear crying or screaming, if they implant illusions in your head of lost loved ones, or the crying of babies, that sort of thing. Fae do not understand humans well, so often their tricks are obvious. However, under the heat of battle, it is very easy to fall for such things. So, laser focus, light foot, wits about you, and controlled. That is all I think I can offer you on this occasion.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay. To that end, we should really decide, or well, if anyone has any obvious candidates that they'd like to call out who are not good mission that are on the teams that are going, you should speak up now. You want to know what? Well, then tell me. You think they're unfit to go?
No, fit.
I'm asking if anyone thinks that there's anyone unfit who is currently going on one of the
As it
teams.
stands, Val as an individual has mentioned before alongside another of the Faye's dislike or the spirits to Aethertech. As you know, Val is, well, after 3/4 made of machinery. Therefore, it may prove to be a problem. Of course, these Fae are going to be targeting us all anyway, so angering spirits and, Fae, that are already angry perhaps isn't of concern, but I thought it worth mentioning.
Do you know if they can sense Aethertech, or if it's just,
It should be worth mentioning at this stage that for a mission this delicate, we should not be splitting up the teams. A whole team goes or it doesn't. As far as I am concerned, Lumen, given that 2 of the seers are from that team, should be going as an absolute definite and in totality.
I agree. I need my whole team, regardless of how they feel about themselves. Irene and Solus are going. They're here to work on getting control of themselves. That's what they're going to do.
Same for Umbra, then. Then can we request 1 or 2 auxiliaries from other teams? I believe
If we bloat the numbers too much, then it is going to become an issue, and it directly affects our ability to sneak within this territory.
Right, we'll be your company, right? Okay.
Oh. In that case, then, the seers have returned, I believe, to give their input on unfitting candidates, if it is truly an issue. After all, they're our experts.
Please
Want to come
join
over?
the circle.
Right. Stage is yours.
Should we go team by team?
Team by team. Yeah. First of the teams who are going or not?
Who are not?
Teams who are.
The teams who are going are likely. Lumen, but we would decide to leave Val and Cecilia at home.
Well, as Professor Neller just said before you guys got here, the faculty is against us splitting up teams, apparently.
We can take other students
No, you can't.
from other teams. That will not be a liability.
No, you cannot. It is expressly forbidden.
That's not for you to decide.
It is absolutely for me to decide.
But it isn't though, Professor.
Oh, really?
And once again, the students
Are you disobeying a direct order?
disobey
Yes, I am.
professors because of the power they feel from the Valley.
You have failed to integrate and deal with your teammates. And you think that as a result of your utter and total failure to meet grounds with Cecilia and Val, that somehow gives you authority. Get a load of yourself.
For Val, they are avert to Aethertech. Would not like to bring him at all.
Val is your team member.
I understand.
Even within your own team, you hold no power. That would be Telkaras.
Right.
Yes. But this expedition isn't just, our everyday mission, is it?
I see what this is.
No.
Is this another one of these secrets that you're keeping? Sneaking off. Talking to spirits with Acteris. Do you think Acteris doesn't speak to us? Do you think that he doesn't accept the other staff members in the faculty are part of his team and that we share in his interests? You think that purely because you're seers, you can exert some level of control, that you're entitled to more, that you don't need to work as a team and be open? Is that what this is? You think you're special?
That's not what it is.
That is exactly what this is, Anura. You have been caught lying to staff on numerous occasions. Now we are asking you, despite the slights, to be a part of this project and exercise. Is that understood?
Inura, if I need to answer for you as your team leader, then I'll do so. But let me stress that if Team Lumen is unable to go because of disdain held between our teammates alongside potential failures of our teammates with Faye, well, then we're not worthy, but we're down 2 seers, aren't we? So, we either, as it stands, deal with the hand that is dealt, which is taking Val and Cecilia. Of course, I have my doubts too, but as your team leader, I need to ensure we do the best job that we can. Val has military discipline. Despite his appearance and said downsides regarding this mission, it has been stressed it is important that he does go. Cecilia, well, you're well aware of how I feel about her, but she is now a team member, and her skills could still prove useful. In a past mission, she still did everything to the letter, despite her disdain, so I can assure you she'll do it again. My part is said. I will either make the decision or you'll state yours now.
I would rather state again that I would rather not put this at risk. And that is my opinion.
I remember recalling with pride. Do go on, Chancellor.
I would like to state that all I have ever asked of you is to work together as teams. I've never asked you to be friends with each other or even like each other. I don't care what kind of inner politics you may be having. Either all of Lumen goes or none of it go. Either all of a team go or none of them go. You are either a team or you are not.
Who is putting the island under compromise right now? Was it Val and Cecilia who have followed every order to the letter, albeit it begrudgingly in Cecilia's case? Or is it the obstinate upstart seer who is talking back to their extreme superior? Do you think Arcturus found it easy when he had to work with people from Palvindor? Do you think I don't see the pain in his eyes that we have to talk and get on and speak to each other? Do you think he found it easy when he had to deal with that dignitary from afar, knowing that his own lands were being overrun by his kinsmen? Yet he struggled. He managed. Because that is what strength is. It is knowing that unity is more important than your petty fucking grievances. Testing the wind, Zuko.
No. I have respect, so I raise my hand waiting for you to finish.
My apologies, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Do go on.
While I do understand what you're saying, Professor, I have the feeling that the issue that they are presenting is not about inner conflict, but rather trying to not anger the Fae as much as possible.
And what quarry does the Fae have with Cecilia? For what I know,
Cecilia,
Cecilia's
I
got
don't know.
nothing to do with them. I understand Val, perhaps, the Aether Tag and all, but still, he has useful skills. You're just dismissing one of your team members for petty reasons.
The Fae
Please, give me a proper reason why you cannot take Cecilia.
are mind-controlled by Kerno's own admission. This is not usual parfait. You are not going round for dinner and stealing away with an extra cup of sugar. This is a military stealth operation. You do not need to be friends with them. You need to make it seem like you were never there. And you know what? When the goddess, who is in so much pain that it is cursing the very land we stand upon, is released, I do not think they will mind who did it. In fact, I dare say they can look past a couple of metal arms.
I, for one, would feel a lot safer knowing that we had Cecilia's support magic.
Right.
I don't mind Cecilia
Well-
going.
Oh, so now you
I'm
don't
worried
mind?
about Vals. I don't mind. I've never had a problem with Cecilia.
That was Belarus.
So Onera speaks to all three of you, sis, does she?
Alright. It's decided that every team is going
Very good. Thank you, Chancellor. Look after yourself.
professors are also planning to come along. Do you believe that there should be someone else? Or is it okay to just have the teams?
Dooku, why do we have Dooku? I don't mean it. I'm sorry. Everybody's hot-blooded right now, obviously. Why do we have squads, guys? If, you know, I get it, okay? I get it. You don't know how a military works, and that's what we're basing this all on. And I get it if you're angry at someone. Guess what? Iveen, we were not on the best terms for a long time. Neither was him and Kiki or Ventus with Terra. And you know what? We stuck through that and we worked together. That's why we have the squad, to survive, not to get along. And I think the bottom line of this is as simple as what Nella has said, what the Chancellor has said. All the team goes, or none of it does, because even if I didn't like Iveen anymore, I can trust him as far as I know I can throw him. I know where he's going to go. I know what he's likely to do. I know what to keep an eye out for. I don't know you, Honora, and if you were to replace him, I wouldn't feel comfortable with it the way I would with Iveen.
Excellent point, Jackson.
And
Alright.
that's all I have to say. And I would like that to be
Then,
the last time we go in this circle.
yes. To bring it to its conclusion, I ask a final question which dictates whether this team will or will not go on this mission. Anura and Kingsley, I will be bringing Cecilia and Val. There is no other option if we do go on this mission. Will you be able to function with them as part of the team as we go out to deal with this issue, to put it lightly?
Yes.
If you are not,
Thank you for the raid, Kaneko. Hope you had a good session.
Cecilia, I'm fine with. Val, I'm not.
you cannot function if Val is present on the mission.
I don't know, because I don't know how I'm going to react towards it.
Very well. Then, I say you will be able to handle it fine. Quite frankly, we will perhaps be under assault by the Fae regardless, so in that case, Val's military expertise will assist. You are free to take this up with me later. Then, in that case, if Anura has agreed begrudgingly, and if I have decided for Kingsley, then Lumen is fine to go. And
Glad to hear it.
Very well.
In that case, Lumen, Terra, Umbra, thank you very kindly for your leadership and diligence. We leave at first night. Have a very pleasant evening's rest.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Evening, Professor.
You right there?
Ah, Taolani. I take it you wish to follow up on what we spoke about earlier.
Yes, you've piqued my interest.
Then that will be a somewhat private conversation. Miss Bellicoso, is this able to wait, or...?
Later.
Very good, then. I will talk to you in the staff room, at least. I wish to ask you a few questions further before I know if I can help you.
Very well.
We will need to go somewhere quiet. I hate to suggest such a macabre place, but perhaps the graveyard is less likely to be frequented at this time of night. We'll make our way there. I understand that, well, from what I hear, Ventus is fraught with problems at present. Is that correct?
That would be sadly an apt description.
Do you think you could tell me what the problems were?
Over the gradual period of several months since Emma has arrived on our island and inside of our institution, we've noticed a gradual shift in demeanor, behavior, and outlook, as it seems. It's concerned most of Ventus, and it has caused a great deal of discourse. Members like Yuki, who are not prone to emotional outbursts, have developed a tendency to. It is affecting people greatly because it has gone on for so long. She seems to have very different opinions about things, and...
I see. Do go on, sorry.
How to put it? The problem comes where she has a great ordeal that she seems to be going through. And she doesn't seem to want to do anything to fix it. Throughout the conversations I've had with her, she seems to cycle a lot, if that makes sense. She brings up points, she brings up conversations, and things that frustrate her. But she doesn't work to fix them. At least not in a productive way. She's self-destructive. As some tangible examples, there have been 2 trips to the medical bay, if you've heard, where she had a mana outlash that almost lost her arms 2 times. She has
The ice.
Spewed forth some, yes, she's spewed forth multiple concerning things about the team. And if I'm being all honest, Ventus has tried varying different pathways for solving the problem, and we are at a place now where we are feeling unequipped to handle it without some further guidance or something.
What do you know of the girl's past?
Concerningly little, from her own unwillingness to share, but Luca, during the officers' break room, was willing to expand on me during that secret time that he had a conversation, and being in the open, it's not too much of a secret. She lived in an abusive household with no aunt, who apparently dealt her the worst hand. I think that a single member could give to someone.
Yes.
She apparently lost her immediate family fairly early on, and so was thrown into a living situation for reasons I don't exactly know how they landed. And, well, understand.
I see.
The idea of losing your stronghold, your foothold on sanity and control and order. I understand that very well, which makes it confusing to me how I am coming up with options on how to fix this.
She mentioned an institution.
This is something that I'm saying as team captain, because it's something that is really for me to know. But she probably, pretty obviously, has a disdain for Rosewood as an institution and the way that students are handled. In terms of punishments, ordering, she looks at the team structure as something that's baffling to her.
She mentioned a different institution, the one that she's been at before.
Different institution. I think I heard smatterings of it, but I actually don't know other than some earshot stuff, so I can't confirm.
How would you describe, Emma? If you were to sum her up in 3 words or so, how do you think you'd go about it?
Talented, but not driven, I feel.
Interesting. I have...
noticed that she has talents.
Yes.
Luke was telling me that she's amazing with her Aethertech skills. She shows promise in that.
She's been well trained.
I find it hard to find what exactly drives her to pursue those things.
She's been very popular with men, hasn't she?
I suppose so.
I was in Venterstorm belatedly, just the other day. I was shown the image on her wall. This strange, Leviathan-esque beast. These strange, twisted hands. Caressing around the centerpiece of the image, which is this amorphous ball. At first I thought that she may be nursing a latent occultic affinity, but I'm not so sure that's the case anymore. And the more I thought about it, the more curious I became. You're a young girl. Bright, pretty, talented. A big smile on your face. And different colored eyes, that's interesting. Something to look at. Your parents have died, and you're handed off to a relative. This relative doesn't want you, doesn't need you. They make your life a living hell. They can't afford anything. Why? The rifts are opening up. The world's going to shit. And yet, a young girl manages to find herself an education. And in etheric research of all things. Now that's a difficult one. It's not easy to get a hold of etheric training. But it's certainly Not the sort of thing you'd discuss out in the open, particularly in the early days. Even now, it's looked very, very bad upon. We just had an argument about Aethertech just a moment ago. So this lady, despite the fact that her aunt hates her, is somehow afforded a very high, very secretive education. Yet, she left that education. She was allowed to walk, run away. That's interesting. And now she comes here, and she's a broken mess. Nobody can make any sense of her. She hates authority. Her thought patterns are broken, confused. Her mannerism, inconsistent. No one is keeping her here. And despite the fact that she says she hates it all, that she could leave at any time, she is strong-willed. I think that's how I'd describe Emma. Strong-willed. So what happened? I have a theory. Aethertech research is highly frowned upon, hunted, lumped in with occult magic in some areas of the world, taught in secrecy, because which government could pass up on something like that? Not only that, but young girls, particularly pretty young girls, are very valuable at a time when the world's falling to shit. They're an effective bargaining chip. A way to get yourself into power. Protect your family, because if you can marry off your daughter to some young lord, then surely you'll be better set to survive the coming oblivion. You'll be in the money then. And if it's a girl you don't care about or even like, then more the merrier. There are schools for such things, where they teach girls to become ladies, finish them off, to become enticing snacks for the young lords, taught to entrance them, figure them out, educate them to become a fitting advisor of a lord one day. They spend a lot of money on these girls. And what they also spend money on is keeping the whole things under wraps. And there's one way you can keep things under wraps now. Something you're not supposed to do. Something you can be executed for even talking about. Yet something which is too good to pass up on. If you have the money, you have the secrecy, you have the will. When I was studying etheric research some 30 years ago for the Asixian military, we had to do some terrible things. people would get cold feet. And not only that, people would grow old, be unsuited to live on the project anymore. You're just gonna let someone like that walk away? A bullet in the head, a bullet, can control some people, but not all people. But there is one way you can control people. And I touched on it this evening. I would very much like the opportunity to see if anyone at that institution did anything to Emma's mind. This is occult magic, by most people saying. It's also something that I stand to lose a lot of trust for the students, for knowing anything about. Why do I know about it? I'm a defensive magics teacher. Of course it piqued my interest that I might be able to ward against mind magics, mental magics, were they ever cast on me, if the government decided they didn't like what I was doing anymore. You can believe that or not. It's the awful thing about these sorts of affairs. It's that once you profess knowledge, people will be suspicious of you for all time. But I dare say, I'm not want for people being suspicious of my motives. We will need Emma asleep. Knocked out, probably, with a rest potion or through more vital means. We will need to take her to a discreet location. And there, I will need to practice a school of magic that I am not very good at. And there are risks involved, obviously. I will be interfacing directly with her mana signature and doing a cursory examination to see if anything appears out of place. If nothing is found, well then, first of all, I'll eat my hat. But second of all, it might be time to consider whether or not it is ethical to keep putting the hard-working members of Ventus at risk for this person who is clearly not interested in trying their part. If we do find something, however, well then we might be able to go about getting Emma back. It'll take time. As I said, I'm no expert. But to me, something about her story doesn't make sense. And I think you feel that too.
Yes.
I would not dream of doing this without the express approval of those who are tasked to care with her. That means you. And to be clear, that means you. And I say this not for no reason at all. One of the first things any good mental magician does is put wards in place to prevent the individual from knowing that they are under the influence of another. Often this just means lapses in logic. It can mean breakdowns, it can mean becoming stupid, sometimes long-lasting, as a effect fires. Or sometimes it just fucking kills them. If other people start talking to Emma, asking her about mental magic, and if she generally starts to consider that that might be what's taking place, it may put her life at risk. This is a difficult thing, which is why no one's supposed to do it. But I believe we may well find something. But we can't fix her until we know what.
If I need to, I will do what it takes. If she is locked behind something, if she is suffering from what you say, well, it might not be the same thing entirely. I think I understand that pain. And I'm ready and willing to try and see if I can stop her from feeling it anymore, if possible. I think I will have a hard time. The hardest time, even, for my own team, if they were to be aware of this.
Of course. And I should put it out quite plainly. This could get messy. Not just if people find out, obviously. But more for her. Currently, she is blissfully unaware of the fact, well, if it is a fact, that she has been violated in the most obscene and invasive of ways. There will come a point where she'll realize. And I don't know what happens then. At that point, hopefully, we'll have broken down enough of the conditioning that we'll have. It won't cause any immediate backlashes, but there'll be something. And to regain yourself and realize you've been living a lie for the past however long. The feeling of loss, betrayal. Emma is extraordinarily strong. If she has been living, resisting for this long, as I believe she may well have been. But that will be tested. Even so, I do not want you to think that I am forcing you into a decision this very eve. Deals with the devil are not to be made lightly. And I think perhaps You might have some thinking to do. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
When and where would be the best to approach you about this? When I do know what my next step is.
When you have resolved that you wish to do it, come to me and we will orchestrate a plan. Last night, she was good enough to spend the midnight hours with me studying away at Aethertech. I think it made her feel useful. That might be our opportunity to get her somewhere remote. Without her raising suspicion.
Okay.
Very good then. I shall await your resolution. Never pass up a good opportunity to learn. Let's check in on the lab. A light, I see. How curious. Ah. Perhaps just the humming of machinery. All well and good. What time is it? Apparently my foot's dead.
I can't tell who's holding it. If it's the Chancellor, well, there are a few concerns we can raise right now.
I believe the Chancellor has turned in for the night. He was not feeling well. I will go and investigate. Ah, Professor Mordred. Just surveying the grounds. Much to think about. Wouldn't you agree?
Good evening, Professor.
Good evening.
Everything all right?
I suppose we'll see, won't we?
You're referring to tomorrow morning.
Yes. Yes.
I see.
I intend to go patrol for the evening, just to work off some of the
Very well.
anticipation. Have a very good night, Octavian.
You too.
Doing the rounds.
Yes. I have a lot to think about.
Then I'm going to give you more to think about. We can walk and talk. I'll help you do your rounds.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Oh, if you're busy, never mind. I just wanted to know if you had time to speak to Emma at all about that thing that you mentioned to me.
I don't know. Miss Bellicosa, did you manage to test her for an occult affinity today?
Not come to me at all.
What was the surprise?
Well, she didn't know that, apparently she was never talked to, at least that's what she said.
That's okay. That's okay.
After you're back from the mission.
Remember who Malik put in charge?
Yes.
Listen, I wasn't finished talking to you.
I was starting our walk.
Well, you can follow orders, and the orders are to walk with me and listen.
If I must, I'll follow you.
Very well. There are some who don't quite understand why you've had to keep the teams together.
I think that's why they need to be kept together, don't you?
Oh, yes, I'm not against it. I quite enjoyed seeing Lumen put in their place.
They shouldn't just throw out a teammate just because they don't like them. That's not how life works.
I can tell you the real reason if you want.
Please do.
Alia told me to do it.
Talia?
Alia. Rosewood.
Talia? Who's that? Ah, Alea.
I've not seen her in, well, a year.
No. I was wondering if we'd ever see her again as well.
When did she tell you this?
It was part of her original plan for the project. She was very clear.
I understand.
Teams of 6. And though it flies at the face of everything that I know about formations and tactics and plans and everything, I guess there was just something about the way she said it.
To me with, well, an issue.
Oriana, by chance?
Involving yourself. Yes. What happened?
Oriana came to me, being the only person on that team with the initiative to ask for clarification from a professor. She revealed to me that they had given her not one of the vital bits of information that were imparted to her today. She managed to get near everything wrong. And who else can I look to blame for that than Lafron and Zuku? Zuku, we have reason to doubt at this present moment in time. Lafron, large, follows orders, charismatic, but I'm not sure a leader.
No.
Oriana shows intuition. She is strong, capable, dedicated, shows intuition, and I dare say it might not be a bad idea if she had more of a say over some of the hot-headed lads in that particular group. So, I said that I would make a recommendation, that was all.
Zuko and Murtesh seem under the opinion that you've barred them from ever being captain again.
Then that is more evidence that they are unsuited for it, for I have done no such thing.
I thought that would be the case, and I tried to convince Zuko.
If only they spent as much time, I don't know, instructing their colleagues on what we want them to know, rather than creating formulaic ideas about how the world is set against them. And I don't doubt that they have used you as some sort of vassal because they think you're going to get angry with me or something. Are you?
No.
No, because I saw the situation for what it was.
I'm glad to hear it.
Zuko failed to listen. He said some stuff that he thought was said. Oriana, not thinking that sounds right, went for clarification. Made you seem angry at them. She felt guilty. And Murtesh and Zuko
worked each other up into a storm.
Yes, I think so.
Murtesh has doubtless decided that because I am asking for volunteers for the Aethertech mission, why can't I go on this one?
Exactly. He doesn't understand why he can't go. He doesn't think it makes sense that this is a world-saving mission and they're not taking the best of the best.
Very presumptuous of him. But I dare say it doesn't make much sense to me either. But as I said,
Oh, good.
Alia said so. And when such fortuitous
It never
things
seemed quite
turn
right
up.
to me, but I wanted to trust it.
Yes, me too. I guess it's just one of those things.
Well, let's hope it works.
If people are swapping people out
know
of
what
their
professors
teams
are
left,
going?
right, and center, then it's not going to encourage them to get better.
I said that to Murdesh. I said we can't allow for the swapping and nitpicking.
Well, here's
Not
one.
good.
If Murtesh continues to cause an irritance about it, then just tell him that's exactly why he can't go.
Yes.
So, Ignis thinks I have it in store for them. I haven't thought about them at all in weeks, probably.
Don't worry. I know you didn't. I just wanted to understand what actually happened.
Because I know
that you'll have remembered, unlike Suku.
Well, very good then. I was wondering if there was anything that could be found of Kerno out here. But I should have known better. Even so.
And you know,
Hmm?
I was going to say, you know, I'm telling the truth on this because I wouldn't miss the opportunity to shout it to you.
I rather thought that might be the case. Even so, I must go and replenish my energies, and I dare say with all this energy about the school, it has become rather difficult to do so. I intend to go for a bit of a midnight stroll until the morrow. Look for me then, and I shall be there. Have a very pleasant evening. I'm sure I'll find something to look at.